Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1540 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news out of pretty much every region around the world. We've seen tonight that apparently Kuwait has taken an Iranian assault team hostage tonight after they attacked an island right off of Kuwait's coast that we also covered yesterday, and that situation's escalating. We're also seeing that Iran attacked U.S.-backed positions in Iraq just a few hours ago, and also China's preparing weapons for the Iranian regime yet again through third-party countries, and we have very big news. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world as significant developments and information has emerged on the failed raid on Bion Island in Kuwait. After the Kuwaiti armed forces were able to repel the attack, news has now emerged that the Kuwaiti army has taken 4 IRGC assault members prisoner, and the Iranian government is now levying significant threats and allegations at the Kuwaitis about their capture. Currently, the Kuwaitis are not classifying these individuals as prisoners of war and are classifying them as Iranian nationals who have been imprisoned for acts of sabotage on Kuwaiti territory, meaning that at the moment Kuwait is not interpreting the situation and require them to follow the Geneva Convention, and instead they will be following the laws of the Kingdom of Kuwait only. We have also been able to additionally hear that at the same time, the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted significant drone attacks against multiple U.S.-backed bases within northern Iraq, with strikes hitting these facilities over the course of the day, including what appears to be a radar facility. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear other significant developments within the region and further details about the Saudi Arabian strikes, which appear to have possibly not been targeted at just Iran alone, but also Iranian-aligned militias within the Republic of Iraq. We've also seen that at the same time, the United Arab Emirates is fortifying its oil structures and oil sites, and we've also been able to hear of some bleak economic reports out of the Middle East today, as the Republic of Iraq is now stating that they are on the financial precipice, and we've also been able to hear that the Qatari officials are starting to put a significantly grim outlook on the situation with liquefied natural gas, of which Qatar is the second largest producer in the world of. Oil loading has also stopped at Karg Island, while additionally, the Israeli Defense Forces are continuing strikes on Hezbollah forces forces within southern Lebanon. Significant U.S. airlifts are still ongoing at this moment, and over 53 F-16s are now based at the Prince Sultan Air Base south of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, showing a significant uptick in the number of F-16s that are present within CENTCOM's area of responsibility, and also suggesting that the United States is still considering that a continuation or a restart of the war is highly likely. Today, the Senate has refused to vote on any additional restrictions on the office of the president under the War Powers Resolution Act, largely showing that the Senate either supports a continuation of the war or is not going to hamper the abilities of the office of the president to be able to continue the execution of the war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the Strait of Hormuz, we've also seen that the Iranians have continued to reiterate that the discussion on who controls the strait, according to them, is not open to negotiation, as they continue to insist that the Iranian Republic, or the Islamic Republic, completely controls the waterways without contest. We've also seen that several Chinese ships did pass through over the course of this day, while we've also been able to hear that oil prices are once again beginning to surge. We've also heard that the Somali pirates, who are a bit of a sideshow at this point in CENTCOM's AOR, are now announcing a $10 million ransom for one of the vessels that they have seized over the past few weeks around the area of the Gulf of Aden. Additionally, the President of the United States is currently within Beijing, China at this moment, engaged in some diplomatic talks with the President of the People's Republic of China, or as they call them in China, the Chairman of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping. At the moment, it is expected that he'll be announcing very soon a significant business cooperation between the Boeing Aviation Company and the People's Republic of China, and we've also been able to hear that at this very moment in time, live on air, apparently they are receiving the President of the United States in Beijing. We've also been able to hear of other significant developments around the rest of the world, particularly within Europe, as we have been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces were able to land significant hits in their drone attacks earlier today, and are currently conducting a drone attack on the Russian Federation in this moment, attempting to target the further north regions around the area of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad Military Oblast. Right now, the Russian Federation is also conducting a drone and missile attack of their own against the armed forces of Ukraine, and we have seen that this has been one of the largest attacks of the war. Poland has also had to scramble their air force today for a Russian Il-20 that came incredibly close to Polish airspace near to the Kaliningrad Oblast, and we've also been able to get reports that apparently the United States of America's 2nd Division of the U.S. Army is now having its deployment canceled or rotation canceled to be a part of the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division, and we're also seeing that the additional elements of the 2nd Division that have already been forward deployed to be a part of the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division are now being recalled back to the United States, which is an incredibly concerning development considering that the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division is an obligatory requirement of the United States Armed Forces and EUCOM's area of responsibility at this moment in time. We've also been able to hear of other bleak financial forecasts by other institutions, including the International Monetary Fund, over the course of this day, while the Ukrainian armed forces have also been holding the Russian Federation back on the front and inflicting significant casualties. Additional news also came out of Washington, D.C. as well, but we'll be making sure to cover all of this in every single bit of detail that we have, starting with our largest stories of the day and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And I do have to say, folks, that today is one hell of a day in news, and it does appear that at this moment we are starting to see what can only be described as history in the making within the Gulf, or the Persian Gulf at this moment, after Kuwait has been confirmed to have taken a couple of IRGC raiders, or generally assault teams, prisoner. But with that in mind, it is time for us to move on into the largest news of the day, which is going to be immediately taking us back into Kuwait and back to Bion Island. Many of y'all will know that yesterday we were able to report that the Kuwaiti armed forces were able to confirm that some time ago they were able to stop an Iranian raid on the island. This was about a week ago, and they were also able to repel these forces, with one Kuwaiti armed service member being wounded in the process. News has emerged today that the Kuwaitis didn't really explain the entire situation up front. The Kuwaitis actually ended up apparently overrunning these IRGC assault teams when they attempted to enter Bion Island by an amphibious raid. And crazily enough, they took 4 of the IRGC assault team members prisoner during this time. We were able to hear confirmation of this today as Syed Abbas Arachi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, stated the following today. In clear attempt to sow discord, Kuwait has unlawfully attacked an Iranian boat and detained 4 of our citizens in the Persian Gulf. This illegal act took place near islands used by the U.S. to attack Iran, that is Bion Island. We demand immediate release of our nationals and reserve the right to respond. So at the moment...
Also, it's like, what is Iran's explanation for these guys being so close to a Kuwaiti island like that? It's like, if they were that close to be taken prisoner, that clearly indicates they're up to something bad. bad. And also, Kuwait's saying out here that they took these people prisoner, apparently, well, when they went up to the island right there near Bubion. So that's kind of interesting. They're kind of like halfway admitting it, kind of halfway not.
Also, on top of that, they made their justification as to why they were trying to make this raid in this statement, because they then added this illegal act took place near an island used by the U.S. to attack Iran, which might be giving us an idea that this was actually an attempted raid against U.S. forces that might still be based on that island, particularly those of the M142 HIMARS units of the United States Marine Corps, which we have confirmed prior have been conducting long-range ATACMS missile strikes on Iranian forces throughout the southern regions of Iran from that area. And we also have footage from prior events months ago to be able to confirm that those forces were within that area during that moment of time. Apparently, the IRGC or the Iranian government believed that they were still within that area and may have sent out this raiding team not to try and cause sabotage or damage to the ongoing port development project on the island, but to attempt to try and cause damage and also attack the U.S. forces that may be possibly based on that island even at this moment right now, or may not be there, and they were attempting to try and prepare the area so the United States returned into it. Possibly there might be some mines laying around near to the roadside in the desert that the HIMARS might run into and then explode on after the mines detonate. Nevertheless, this is confirming that at the moment the Kuwaitis apparently not only were able to repel the attack, but they apparently conducted what we would describe in World War I terms as a sweep. They were able to completely destroy the assaulting force, and not only that, take prisoners as well. This is something that we generally kind of heard about a little bit yesterday, but haven't been able to confirm, and now the Iranian statement is making it incredibly clear that the Kuwaitis did take 4 of their members as prisoner of war. However, the Kuwaitis, mind you all, are not viewing them as prisoners of war. The Kuwaitis are viewing them as Iranian nationals that were violating the sovereignty of Kuwait and were attempting to conduct acts of sabotage. The fact that Kuwait has not classified these forces as prisoners of war means that they are not subject to the protections of the Geneva Convention, and the fact that the Iranian government is also not stating that these were armed forces of the IRGC of the Islamic Republic of Iran conducting an armed attack on Kuwait. The Iranians are also ceding their protections of these IRGC members under the Geneva Convention, meaning that at the moment right now, these IRGC forces that have been captured by the Kuwaitis are actually going to be held accountable and most likely punished under the laws of the Kingdom of Kuwait, and not subject to any protections whatsoever by the Geneva Convention. We have also been able to hear once again that there is a growing possibility that they may have been attempting to attack U.S. forces that have been operating on this island. This picture right here actually showing one of the M142 HIMARS of the U.S. Marine Corps firing an ATACMS missile, most likely from the area of Bion Island or within the surrounding deserts in the northern area of the country. Nevertheless, this is largely confirming at the moment by Abbas Araghchi's indirect statement that this island had been used by the United States to attack Iran, that this raiding force may have been attempting to get incredibly close to the area to try and see if they could raid U.S. forces that might still be there, or to try and lay out traps ahead in advance so that we have U.S. artillery forces or long-range missile forces like these roll back onto the island. They might be able to try and attempt some sort of a surprise attack, or maybe even mine the island to make it impossible or impassable for these vehicles to get off-road and into pre-prepared firing positions. Still, this is showing that tensions are rising rapidly, particularly between the Kingdom of Kuwait and the Islamic Republic of Iran, as this is now becoming a full-blown diplomatic incident between the two countries. And as a result of this, a lot of people right now are wondering what is going to be happening as a result, particularly from the Iranian side, more so than anything. The fact that we are now all acknowledging on every end that the Kuwaitis announced that they took 4 prisoners, and the Iranians are announcing that 4 of their guys were taken prisoner, and all of them are not wanting to say that they are IRGC forces. The Kuwaitis claim that they're just Iranian nationals. The Iranians are claiming that they're just these random passerbys that were going on a pleasure ride near to an island that just happened to be used by the United States for attacks on Iran. A lot of people are wondering what's going to be coming next. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so yesterday, it was bad enough when we covered the story yesterday that apparently the Iranians just simply pulled up to the Kuwaiti island. They tried to run onto it, we'd presume to go sabotage some oil equipment that the Kuwaitis have on the island. But instead of that, they apparently got taken prisoner. That's the new detail we've gotten today, that apparently Kuwait simply took those Iranian forces prisoner. Now they have them, and now Iran's even acknowledging, hey, that's our guys. That you just took our guys in. So they're denying that they were trying to do an assault. The Iranians are acting like they were simply like fishermen or something lurking around the area. But it's a little bit weird though to be lurking that close to in Iran's view, an enemy country. A little bit strange with that. So what are your thoughts? 64% said Iran will resume attacks very soon and use this as a justification. 14% said Kuwait will simply deny they exist whatsoever, the prisoners that is, and 9% said Iran will forcibly retrieve them. And I believe that Iran will probably use this as a reason to start attacking again. They probably will. They'll probably launch some sort of attack on Kuwait until their prisoners are released. That is my guess, because Iran specifically made a point today to go out of their way to make a big deal about this. And usually, I thought they were just going to deny it to a large degree. Like, oh, we didn't send our guys over there. That's not our people. But instead, they took responsibility for it and said they were Iranian nationals and they want them back. So I think they'll use this as a justification. I'm with the 64%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my opinion, I do believe that the Iranians are most likely going to use this as a justification of further attacks, particularly against Kuwait, because this is now being blown into an international diplomatic fiasco, if we want to describe it that way, because the Iranians are now demanding the release of these quote-unquote Iranian nationals that have been imprisoned by the Kuwaitis. There is no legal grounds whatsoever under international law, or any law for that matter, that would support the Kuwaitis giving up these people back to the Iranians. Let's go through the facts of what we know at the moment from everything that we've heard, and then let's break it down as to whether or not Kuwait should ever hand these people back to Iran. For one, these guys were on a boat apparently right on the coast of Bion Island, or had made it onto the island. The fact that this boat was either close enough to Bion Island that it was visible from shore, or that they dropped people off on the island, is showing a clear violation of Kuwait's territorial waters, at a minimum, by the Islamic Republic of Iran's nationals, if we were to describe them as nationals, meaning that they have violated the law of the Kingdom of Kuwait, and they've also illegally entered their waters without any form of permission by the Kingdom of Kuwait. Additionally, we also understand that one member of the Kuwaiti armed forces was injured in the firefight that ensued, which also is suggesting that they fired upon the Kuwaiti armed forces, which certainly brings about criminal charges in really any country. I mean, let me ask you all this. If you were some guy who happened to, get on a pontoon boat and go down to Cuba, and you shot at the Cuban Coast Guard, would you expect that that would be a situation where you get off scot-free? Or would you expect that there was some sort of punishment that would be coming from Cuba's way, or they would attempt to shoot you back? Now, I think everybody who's reasonably minded would assume that if you did that, the Cubans are going to shoot back at you and might even try and take you prisoner or kill you in that sort of a circumstance, meaning that at the moment, they're pretty lucky to be alive. The Kuwaiti army, from what we understand, would generally have had the justification to use lethal force against everyone on that vessel and everyone who possibly made it onto Bion Island, because of the fact that they have fired on the Kuwaiti army in the process of them attempting to apprehend them. So by those two instances alone, we can, one, ascertain that this group was armed, which is clearly a violation of Kuwaiti law, and secondly, they violated the sovereignty of the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Kuwait, which is also a significant violation of Kuwaiti law and also international law as well, meaning that there is no legal grounds to say that there was just a slight misunderstanding on the Kuwaitis' end and have these people released. Not only that, the Iranians or the Kuwaitis have not stated that these people are armed combatants, and both sides are claiming that these are quote-unquote nationals. And this means that they're provided no protections under the Geneva Convention, and that also means that they will be subject to criminal prosecution under Kuwaiti law and whatever punishments may follow. So this situation is entirely out of Iran's hands to be able to demand the release of these people who are clearly IRGC operatives, because there is nothing in any circumstance that would allow for them to be released. And honestly, if the Kuwaitis released them at this point, this would be a pretty bad signal for them to send, because this would be showing that the Iranians could try and conduct as many raids as they want, and as far as the physical damage being caused to the IRGC forces and also their tactical position, would be none, because the Kuwaitis would be doing absolutely nothing in response to these attempted and failed raids that they've been trying to conduct so far. So moving us on out of that news, we have also been able to hear of some other interesting developments pertaining to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia within Iraq. Additional news has come out today that according to Reuters, Saudi fighter jets bombed targets linked to Iran-backed Shiite militias in Iraq during the Iran war, while retaliatory strikes were also launched from Kuwait into Iraq. Multiple sources familiar with the matter stated. The strikes were part of a broader pattern of military responses around the Gulf that remained largely hidden during the active phase of the conflict that has drawn in the wider Middle East since the joint Israeli-U.S. strikes on the February of 28th, which was the very beginning of this conflict. Those attacks triggered Iranian strikes on Gulf states and Israel that have rattled the global economy and shut the Strait of Hormuz, as we all know, but this is also confirming that Kuwait, which we generally assumed yesterday most likely conducted some sort of retaliatory strikes, to some extent did conduct retaliatory strikes on Iranian forces, but not the Iranian military or the IRGC directly. It appears that they were attempting to target other forces within Iraq, Iranian-aligned militias like the Al-Nusra and others like the Popular Mobilization Front, which have also been heavily targeted and hit apparently by Saudi airstrikes as well. As far as the amount of damage that was caused to pro-Iranian militias in Iraq, it's very hard to ascertain, as we have seen a large number of strikes being conducted on these forces over a year, well, actually multiple years at this point, over the past 3, by the United States, by the Israelis, the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, and everybody else, and so far we haven't really seen any actual material damage in any large amount affect their ability to be able to field or conduct actions against other forces within Iraq. So we do not know how much damage was actually caused by these strikes, but it does confirm that once again, the Saudi Arabians were very heavily involved in supporting U.S. and Israeli actions in the ongoing war, just not publicly. And then we now can confirm that they did conduct airstrikes to some degree on the Islamic Republic of Iran directly, and also on Iranian-aligned militias within Iraq. Outside of that, we also have been able to get major news coming out of northern Iraq today, that inside of the area, the Islamic Republic of Iran and IRGC forces have targeted U.S.-backed facilities and bases within the area once again, also including this radar installation on the top of a hillside near Halabja, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, within the area of Kurdistan, or the Kurdistan Autonomous Region within northern Iraq. We could actually see the fire billowing from that facility after the Iranian hit just earlier today. We hear someone absolutely gassing up a motorcycle as that fire continues to burn on the hillside, but confirming direct strikes on the area within the Kurdish regions of Iraq. We've also been able to hear of eyewitness reports of explosions in Erbil, Iraq, one of the largest and most populous cities within the Kurdistan semi-autonomous region in the area, but we haven't been able to get any video or picture evidence of these strikes and what exactly was used or caused the explosions within the area. Still, this is showing that at the moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran is conducting significant actions against U.S.-backed Kurdish forces within northern Iraq and are continuing to try and cause as much damage as they can to the U.S.-aligned forces, such as the Kurds. Currently, there is an ongoing rumor, which is fairly substantiated at the moment, that the Kurdish forces, which are U.S.-backed, are continuing to smuggle arms across the Iranian border and are attempting to arm the Iranian populace to be able to prepare them for an attempted second uprising against the Islamic regime. We're not entirely sure how successful this operation is, the flow of firearms that are crossing the border every day, and whether or not the Iranian public would be willing to give it a second go after in early January, 40,000 of them were killed at the hands of the IRGC and the besieged after they attempted their first public uprising without any U.S. support. At the moment, that's all unknown, but it does appear that the Iranians are trying to meet this at the head the best they can and try and strike and cause damage to Kurdish forces, which once again are U.S. allied, within the area of northern Iraq as a result. In the meantime, a heavy amount of U.S. forces are being diverted into the area and are continuing to show that the United States must seriously be considering future strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran as a course of action. Currently, major airlifts are still underway into the area of the Middle East through EUCOM's area of responsibility, with a brief glimpse today showing us, once again, an incredibly large number of C-17s, C-5s, and also lighter transports being located throughout the area and once again moving through the Balkan air corridor into CENTCOM's AOR. At the moment right now, we can actually see that there is a Italian drone that has apparently declared a radio failure at this moment over northern Macedonia, just to point that out. And we can also see that there are continued flights of C-17s and also C-5 Galaxies across the sea, which are continuing their flights from the United States of America into EUCOM to refuel, and then on into CENTCOM to be able to drop off the equipment that they've been ferrying from the United States. Still showing us that there is an ongoing influx of personnel, equipment, and most likely aircraft as well into the area with these continued flights. One of the most interesting flights that we've noticed over the course of this day was actually a B-2 Spirit, which did have its ADSB transponder on and was broadcasting signals near to the area of the Azores Islands, just west of the nation of Portugal. And this is apparently showing us that at the moment there are some strategic bomber assets that are being relocated into this area, or this was more likely a distraction today, as we have seen that usually whenever B-2 Spirits or larger flights of tankers supporting B-2 Spirits have their ADSB transponders on, usually is some form of a feint to be able to distract the public and also our enemies from where the actual B-2s that will be involved in combat operations are moving. But this is showing us, interestingly, that there is a significant movement of a B-2 Spirit, of which there are only 20 right now in service in the U.S. Air Force, and this may be showing us that there is a possibility within the future that the United States might be preparing to use B-2 bombers once again against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which saw heavy use during Operation Midnight Hammer and during the armed phase of the conflict, which began on the 28th of February. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it was a very interesting flight because clearly the U.S. wanted that B-2 stealth bomber to be seen. They wanted it to be seen, and they turned on the transponder. But here's the catch, though. I saw a lot of analysts today claiming that this aircraft was heading over to Europe for exercises. The problem with that theory is there's currently, to my knowledge, no exercises ongoing right now. Of course, there are ongoing, smaller size exercises that generally happen from time to time, but a B-2 moving over there to Europe during a very hotly contested war right now in the Middle East, that raised some eyebrows, to say the least. So what do you think is really going on? 77% said the U.S. is preparing to B-2 strike on Iran. 11% said the U.S. is simply doing military exercises, and 9% said it seems like a 50-50 chance. And the reason why I think the B-2 was on the way over there today is it's supposed to be sending a message to the Iranian regime that that thing could be heading over their airspace soon to strike them. Because this came in conjunction, by the way, with a U.S. nuclear-armed submarine showing up in the Mediterranean. That just showed up a few days ago. And now we're seeing a B-2 bomber also heading over to Europe. And all this is intended to intimidate Iran. I'm pretty certain that's what this is all about. And of course, we're seeing more F-16 show up today. We'll get into that in just a minute. And we're seeing a massive airlift start again to the Middle East. So I think once this meeting with Xi Jinping is over with, I think the war is about to pop back off, probably worse than ever, would be my guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that the B-2 bomber is most likely some sort of a threat that's being given to Iran. The flight may have not ever even made it close to Iran. It may have just made it somewhere within the very opening of the Mediterranean and then turned around and started its flight back to the United States. If he's flying it all the way to CENTCOM, if the only intention is to threaten the Iranians, can be done by just having it visibly be seen on flight transponders and then turning it around and flying it back to the United States, which could get the threat across well enough that the B-2 bombers would be used once again against the Islamic Republic of Iran if the war resumes. At the moment right now, we're generally believing that the war is going to be resuming because this isn't the only significant influx of, I guess you could say, combat aviation platforms that we've seen within the Middle East today. We're about to be getting to news in Prince Sultan Air Force Base and also out of the Senate in Washington, D.C. that'll be giving us a pretty clear picture that there is a consideration of a continuation of war, and there does appear to be some sort of subliminal messaging coming from the Congress that a continuation may be supported by them considering the circumstances. But it does appear evident at this point that the United States is most likely gearing up to get back to a war with Iran because we are understanding that diplomatic channels at this point are producing nothing of substance with the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have been attempting negotiations with the Iranians longer than the armed phase of the conflict went on at this point, which was about, at this point right now for negotiations, a month and a week. We have seen that so far over an entire month and a week, the Iranian negotiating position has not changed a single iota or a millimeter over the course of a month and an entire week. At the very beginning, the Iranians were demanding reparations, a recognition of their complete control of the Strait of Hormuz, the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the entirety of the region, and also the lifting of Iranian sanctions, and also the release of all Iranian frozen assets internationally. we're now seeing that they're still demanding all of that, and they're also making it clear that they're not going to negotiate on the nuclear issue, and they're also not going to be negotiating on the ICBM issue or the supporting of terrorist forces in the region either, meaning that they're still where they were a month and a week ago, meaning that no amount of hoop jumping and no amount of deal making and art of the deal references is going to be changing that position of the Iranians. They are not ever at this point going to legitimately negotiate in good faith with the United States of America. And that means that at this point, once diplomacy fails, war is the only thing that we can return to. And in this attempt, we would have to hope that the U.S. focuses primarily on a campaign dealing with the Strait of Hormuz and attempting to reopen it to remove Iran's only leverage that they have against the United States and the entirety of the Western sphere. If the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, the situation is well at hand. If the United States once again ignores the Strait of Hormuz and doesn't attempt to open it, then we are screwed for the larger part at that point, because we've now wasted all of our ordinances on other unnecessary targets inside of Iran instead of trying to fix the situation inside the Strait of Hormuz. So moving us on out of that, and the B-2 Spirit for that matter, we have been able to see other significant movements of aircraft within the area as well. As a satellite picture today from Prince Sultan Air Base did show that there is now another 15 F-16s that are now spotted at the Prince Sultan Air Base by satellite photography today. This is now confirming that there are 53 F-16s at Prince Sultan Air Base alone, which is the largest recorded number that we have seen so far, even during the war from starting on the 28th of February. This is showing us that U.S. combat air assets and also multi-role aircraft are still being relocated into the area and being diverted into the AOR. And the only reasoning that we could get behind that is that the United States is still considering a continuation of the war to be highly likely, if not necessary, at this point. The United States is getting screwed largely economically, hand over fist, by the Iranians because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, and everybody else in the Western world is as well. And while the damage is slowly accumulating at this point, it's going to hit like a brick wall in a couple of months, according to most financial analysts, and also most industry officials, or heads, if you want to call them that are currently speaking on this matter around the entirety of the world, not just including international countries, but also within the United States. We have been able to hear additionally, with this movement of aircraft, the massive airlift, and the flight of the B-2 that was visibly seen today, that today the U.S. Senate has made an important move. The Senate has just voted not to advance an Iran war powers resolution, and this resolution was intended to limit the current president's ability to wage a war on Iran.
It was a close call, though. Like, it was a very close call. There was actually one senator, and it was not the senator that people would expect. It was one senator that prevented this bill right here from actually going the complete opposite direction. I won't mention his name. It'll get political the moment I do that. But it was sort of a close deal with this. So that might be why they're concerned about possibly having to go get an extension of this act, possibly. Yeah, it could be because the support's not as strong as we thought.
It could be, and it certainly does appear that it is fairly contentious at the moment. Quite literally, it's almost an even split, except for the one senator that voted against the war powers resolution today, which might also be showing us that political support at the moment for a continuation of the war is not that high within the Senate or the House of Representatives, for that matter. Nevertheless, though, there is a larger issue that we do have to contend with here. The war generally has to continue at this point, whether we would like to or not. And generally, I would have hoped that when we started this conflict, that our civilian administration officials in the White House would have had the foresight and the knowledge to be able to actually draw up war plans according to the threats that exist in the area and deal with them properly. And they didn't. That's why the Iranians were able to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, is because there was basically no direct military actions taken to try and alleviate or fix that issue before it had coalesced. And now we're here, up the creek without a paddle, and not really able to deal with it or fix it at this point without conducting a great deal of significant additional military action. This means that generally, while there may not be a great deal of political support within the Senate or even the House to be able to see that this war continues, it is necessary at this point that the war continues. We cannot negotiate with the Iranians, which is our only other option at this point, because the Iranians are not willing to negotiate on reopening even the strait, much less doing anything else. And that means that we're once again forced, largely our hand is forced to return to war with them to forcibly reopen the strait. So if there isn't an extenuation or an allowance of a continuation of war by the Congress, we may see that the United States either just has to pack up and walk away, which will be about as detrimental as doing nothing, or we'll just keep sitting around like we are right now and do nothing, both of which are pretty bad options at this point, and lead the United States and most likely the world into an economic recession due to the significant oil crisis that's already beginning to form just a couple of months into the ongoing blockade. So I hope that does address that the best I can at the moment, but it is showing us that for now, there is not necessarily a direct statement by the Senate showing that they're going to be corralling in the abilities of the president to continue a war, which might be signaling that a war could continue. But once again, it's a very split vote that happened in the Senate today. Moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear of other significant developments within the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours. At the moment, we have been able to hear that several Chinese ships actually did get to pass through the strait today, according to NBC, which is citing navigational data, aka marine traffic. We've also been able to hear that at the same time, the Iranians are continuing to reiterate that their sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz is unquestionable and definite, and the matter has already been settled, meaning that they are still considering themselves to be the unchallenged controller of the Strait of Hormuz, and considering that the United States has not directly challenged them really at all, they generally are pretty sound in that sort of a claim. But at the moment, we actually have some news coming out of the People's Republic of China at this moment, and Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I'm getting a lot of tweets here, and also by the way, Enforcer, I'm not sure if we can show this footage or not because it looks like the White House might have slapped their logo over somebody else's footage, possibly. I can't really tell, so be cautious about that. It looks like it's mainstream media footage that they're slapping their logo over, but we're seeing here that it looks like it is propaganda central inside of this meeting right now inside of China. They have the U.S. president walking past all the Chinese military officials. They have them walking past the military lined up along the entire red carpet. There's a whole horse and pony show going on right now with this whole thing. Certainly an interesting look. It looks like China played the U.S. national anthem as they met, which is kind of interesting. So that's fascinating. Also, apparently, Xi Jinping is now saying that the entire world is watching the meeting and that the U.S. and China have more commonalities, and he's encouraging a stronger relationship between the two. So, of course, that's just political speak. We'll have to see what actually comes out of this right now, but it looks like they're putting on an entire show right now between this meeting right here. So we'll have to see, but I don't really have much hope coming out of this meeting right here.
I would actually have to say, by the way, the Chinese playing the U.S. national anthem is fairly par for the course. Whenever a foreign dignitary or an official or a head of state visits another foreign country, it's always customary to play the home state's national anthem and then also the foreign state's national anthem of whoever is visiting. So that's fairly normal for the larger part for diplomatic visits. It does appear that in this video we can actually see that they did roll out the People's Liberation Army Honor Guard, which is made up of the multiple branches the People's Liberation Army. Present in the People's Liberation Army Honor Guard is the People's Liberation Army, the People's Liberation Army Navy in the white uniforms, and then additionally the People's Liberation Army Air Force, which is in the blue uniforms. This is generally their common sort of an honor guard that is brought out for dignitaries or heads of state that are visiting the People's Republic of China. So this seems to be fairly normal, at least in terms of ceremony at this moment. Quite literally everything looks the same as it has for decades at this point, at least on that end. But we do have to point out, importantly, that Xi Jinping's statements, while sounding somewhat mundane and rather diplomatic in their standard form, are actually a little bit important in the kind of message that they're trying to make. With them saying that China and the U.S. have a lot of commonalities, this is a usual textbook action of the People's Republic of China in their attempts to be able to isolate the Republic of China, which is called Taiwan by many people, from the international world. This one being called the United Front. The idea behind a united front action by the People's Republic of China is to try and see that the entire world is in a united front to recognize the People's Republic of China as the sovereign China and the only China, while also delegitimizing the government of the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan. That is a very significant part of the diplomatic playbook that China has been using for decades to be able to try and internationally isolate the Taiwanese diplomatically and strip them alive lot of their international recognition to see that eventually, whenever they try and force a reunification with an armed invasion, it will mean a lot less, I guess you could say, scrutiny globally and also a knee-jerk response than it would otherwise, because most countries in the world do not even recognize Taiwan as the legitimate China. They only recognize the People's Republic of China and don't even recognize the sovereignty of the Republic of China's government on the island of Taiwan, which the U.S. is one of the few countries that does recognize the sovereignty of the ROC government on the island of Taiwan. So this is actually a somewhat significant statement, at least for the Chinese. And I would hope to God, folks, that the president doesn't fall for that one hook, line, and sinker, because this is literally an age-old tactic. This is one of the oldest trinkets in the booketh. They literally whipped this out on Nixon 50 years ago. This is why Nixon stripped our recognition of sovereignty for Taiwan and put it on the PRC, but did a little bit of a half trick by then saying that the ROC's government had sovereignty on Taiwan, but they weren't a sovereign nation.
Yeah, we're seeing it looks like the U.S. is going out of their way to really glaze Xi Jinping quite a bit. So far, Xi Jinping has not made any really kind statements toward the U.S. president, really, from what I've heard. He's generally just made very generic statements like the whole world's watching the meeting. We think we'll have better relations. We want to strengthen the relationship and ties. Meanwhile, it looks like the U.S. president's laying it on heavy. He said, we're going to have a fantastic future together, talking to Xi Jinping. He said, I have such respect for China. The job Xi's done. You're a great leader. I say to everybody, you're a great leader. Laying it on heavy. I love to see here. We're not entirely sure what this meeting's about specifically. We heard that they were going to be making some business deals. That's what he said in a tweet last night. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure geopolitics will probably be a heavy topic during this meeting. But right now, I think they just started talks behind closed doors. I think right now. So we'll have to see what they're going to talk about.
I'd have to say it looks pretty weak for Xi Jinping to be making fairly neutral statements, and then the president going over the top to whip out the Krispy Kreme glaze. It looks like the power dynamics more in China's court than it is ours, because instead of responding with the lukewarm neutrality with lukewarm neutral statements of our own, the Chinese are remaining neutral while it looks like we're trying to vie for their affection at this point on the diplomatic phase, which is an absolutely ridiculous sort of a notion, considering that the People's Republic of China is quite literally the leader of the opposing sphere of the United States at this moment globally, and has also supported in arms the Russian Federation and the Islamic Republic of Iran against U.S. and Western interests over the past prior years. Not only that, they're continuing to threaten our East Asian alliance.
Yeah, also, by the way, another thing that's very notable, I want to go ahead and preface it with this. Remember when Vladimir Putin came to Alaska, he came to the United States, the U.S. president was there to meet him when he got off the plane, like he was there for that. When the U.S. president just went to China, he just arrived a short while ago, Xi Jinping was not there at Air Force One to meet the president getting off the plane, which is somewhat abnormal, to say the least. Usually when a foreign leader of that stature shows up, especially from the United States, you would expect that the leader would meet them off the plane the moment they land. But in this case, it was not done that way. Xi Jinping waited until he drove all the way down to the little parade meeting spot, and then he met him after that. So that's saying something. In diplomacy, that type of stuff is actually like making a statement when they do stuff like that. It seems petty to everybody else, but it's really showing. It's more like a power dynamic type thing.
Yeah, it's snubbing. It's a sign of disrespect because there is a planned itinerary, and it is expected that the head of state of the People's Republic of China would be present at the time that the president disembarks the aircraft, and they were not, which is showing that they don't wait on the U.S., the U.S. waits on them. That's what that's supposed to show, and it's supposed to be emphasizing that there is a difference in the power dynamic, and China has the ongoing power dynamic while the U.S. doesn't. And then it's not really added to in any positive way that the People's Republic of China is making very neutral statements, and then the president's going out of his way to glaze the chairman of the PRC, which doesn't really do us any good because it also makes it once again look like the power dynamic is totally in China's court, not ours, and largely they can make whatever statements they want and we'll just go along with whatever they say, which is not what the U.S. position should be. The United States is the leader of the U.S. sphere. Either they can respect us equally or we'll walk. That's what the general premise of this meeting should be, not that the Chinese are trying to pull little power plays on us and, yank us during a handshake or something like that. That's something that we don't generally support, especially with the PRC, considering that they are the very antithesis of what the United States of America is having to go up against these days. But moving us on out of that, it does appear that outside of these diplomatic developments in the People's Republic of China, we have also been able to get some other news out of the Middle East. We've also been able to hear that over the course of this day, the United Arab Emirates has denied Israeli claims that Netanyahu did visit the UAE during the active part of the Iran war, which we didn't really hear about ourselves, and the UAE is denying that that ever happened. So we're not really sure if that did happen, or if Israel just made up that story off the top of their head. Meanwhile, the UAE is also continuing to fortify their oil sites, as we are seeing that they are now rapidly erecting net structures over the oil tanks throughout most of the country, kind of like the Russians do, to be able to try and protect them from future drone attacks. This has proved to be fairly unsuccessful in Russia, and we've only seen this sort of a system work a handful of times. We're not really sure if this is going to be working in the UAE, and to be entirely honest with y'all, I don't really think this is going to work, but it is an attempt and a stopgap measure to be able to try and stymie further Iranian damage from being caused in the UAE, but it will unfortunately be unsuccessful for the larger part. We have also been able to hear out of the Strait of Hormuz that the United States of America is once again seeing surging oil prices, because after it became fairly clear that there isn't really any progress in the peace talks, it does appear that the oil prices have now risen 17% over the course of 24 hours. We have now seen that the price per barrel of oil has now risen to $103.48 for West Texas something crude oil. I always forget what the I stands for.
West Texas Intermediate.
West Texas Intermediate, as compared to West Texas Closer Far, which I guess are the other options. But outside of that, it does appear that the price of oil is once again beginning to rise. We were able to hear, however, folks, luckily, just coincidentally, right after this happened, the vice president then came out and said that we're really close to a deal with Iran, which is great to hear because they've been saying that for like a month and a week. And I hope that at some point that eventually turns out being true. But anyways, moving us on from that, we've also been able to hear that apparently, according to the Energy Secretary of the United States, Chris Wright, he said that Iran is frighteningly close to producing a nuclear weapon.
Hey yo, did you see that newspaper that Abe was holding? Go back for a second to that post right there. Hey, wait a minute. Hey yo.
Man,
right. I think there's something missing here, man. This might be HARP.
Man, I feel like this is revisionist history right here.
Man, I tell you what, somebody's grandmother somewhere said, "Oh, it's a time travel." It's like somebody fell for it somewhere, I'm sure. But man, I tell you what, Abe out here with that future talk. Look at that.
Honestly, man, he's out here with that future speak. Man, next thing you know, Abraham Lincoln's going to be on TikTok. Or some other, social media platform. But moving us on out of that whole deal, we've also been able to hear that CENTCOM gave an overview of their ongoing blockade. We're actually not going to cover that one on air because it's really not that big of a deal. They just listed the number of ships that they've turned around and also fired on. I think they fired on 11 and they've turned around 63. That's something around the running number right now, which is really all that's important out of that situation. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear from multiple financial heads of industry and also the economies within some nations that things are not going particularly well. According to some Iraqi officials, including the senior Bloomberg economist Ziad Daoud, he said that Iraq's future is bleak and they have about 5 months of financial buffers before entering the mother of all crises, which is generally expected at this point because major oil producers that have monolithic economies surrounding the petroleum industry, like Iraq, are looking at an apocalyptic economic scenario. Much like the Russian Federation has been dealing with Ukraine striking a lot of their oil infrastructure, the Iraqis are quite literally seeing that they can't ship a drop out at this moment because they have no way to get their oil to the Red Sea, and they also have no way to ship it out through the Persian Gulf because of the blockade. Because of that, they're literally seeing no exports whatsoever, and these oil companies are dying inside of Iraq and most Gulf states at the moment because of this sort of pressure that's being put on them. But before we get to the rest of the economic news that has been coming out of reports from the Middle East today, we do want to talk about the Chinese. And this is actually going to be moving us on over here for a moment on into China, because while this is generally East Asian news, it has a lot of overlap today with the news going on in the Middle East. Get ready for Comedy Central, folks, because the statements as they came out in sequence today are absolutely pitiful. So, moving us on into our first bit of news out of China, we did get it confirmed that Air Force One did land at the Beijing Capital International Airport earlier in the day. We could already see some PLA officials getting ready to marshal the aircraft into its special portion of the tarmac, which it will be kept at until the president leaves the People's Republic of China. Afterwards, we were able to hear that a U.S. senior White House official stated that China has already pressured Iran to reach an agreement. I'm not going to lie, that doesn't sound that good, because they're saying that China already pressured them. That makes it sound like China already gave up. And it also makes it sound like Iran didn't listen to a damn thing that China had to tell them. So that's not really...
Do we really believe China told them anything? It's like, well, why would China tell Iran to give up the war? It's like it's hurting the United States. I mean, regardless of what Xi Jinping is saying at this meeting right now in Beijing, they don't want the United States to succeed. They want to supplant the United States as the world's global superpower. So, I mean, it seems to me pretty blatant that they probably didn't even try.
I don't think they tried at all. And I mean, the next bit of news that came out right afterwards is showing us that they didn't try. Because now we're starting to hear the reports come out that there is a plan that China has that they're finalizing right now for an arms deal with Iran, according to some other U.S. officials. So after the White House official said that the Chinese have already pressured Iran to end the war because they love peace, we have now been able to hear that apparently the Chinese are preparing an arms deal for the Iranians to arm them to fight the United States further in the war. So that doesn't really sound like it's lining up all too much. It seems to me, folks, I just hate to say this, but it seems to me like the White House is living in a completely different world than the rest of everyone else is at this point. But a lot of people these days have been hearing some interesting developments about this one, and a lot of people have been talking about this in the chat. So Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we did see today that apparently U.S. intel is now revealing in the midst of this Beijing meeting that apparently China is planning third-party weapon sales to Iran, and they're doing it through countries to make it seem like China is not truly supporting Iran, but they're doing it through really sneaky methods. So that just came out today, by the way, after China allegedly said they pressured Iran to end the war. So what are your thoughts? And also, by the way, apologies for the typo. It meant to say help, not hope. That confused the hell out of people. Autocorrect really screwed me on that one. But 48% said China will not help in the Iran war, while 27% said the U.S. will sell out Taiwan for the Iran war to end, and 15% said China will help end the war regardless. So I'll have to be honest, folks. I am a little bit worried that the U.S. is going to try to sell out Taiwan, but I would have to see it to believe it, because to sell out Taiwan means selling out our semiconductor industry, which is TSMC, which is located and headquartered right there on Taiwan. That is highly critical for the United States to have access to those chips. So selling them out means basically handing that away to China. I'm not sure if the U.S. would do that, because if we did that, we would be in virtual ruin at that point, to say the least. We'd be in a very foul situation in manufacturing, pretty much every way possible, and China would basically have a chokehold over the United States at that point. So I think that China will probably not help Iran in the war, and obviously they're probably going to help send more weapons, I'd imagine too, because it sounds like they're already planning on doing that, and it sounds like they're already going through with it, which we've been hearing about the entire time. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that China is not going to help in the war whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they're most likely going to try and see about making the United States sell out Taiwan to end the war, and then they're not even going to follow through with their end at all, and just, play static with the U.S. for as long as they can until the U.S. finally figures out that we've been conned, probably. Because we do have to understand, folks, that this situation, if the U.S. does see that Taiwan is sold out to try and end the Iran war, to try and find a way for China to put pressure on Iran to end the war, this is going to end up devastating for the United States in the long run. Right now, the Iranians have us in a chokehold because of their blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And I have to remind everyone of the old saying by Admiral Mahan here in the United States that whoever controls the oceans controls trade, and whoever controls trade controls the world. And that statement is true to this day. 90% of all goods are transported by ship. 90% of all trade in the world is done by ship at some point. And that means that controlling the world's waterways is an incredibly important thing. And trying to sell out Taiwan is going to screw us over in the long term, just for us to be able to see that we're not screwed over navally in the short term because of the Strait of Hormuz. We can deal with the Hormuz militarily. We can. There's no such thing as that being impossible. It is doable with the right kind of tactics, with the right kind of strategy, and proper war planning done by people who are career military officers, not some guy who just thinks he knows everything. It would be very easy to clear out the Strait of Hormuz in those circumstances. So we do not need China's help whatsoever in resolving the situation. It can be resolved entirely on its own without giving China anything. On the other hand, if we sell the Taiwanese out, here is what's going to happen. The Chinese are going to get control of the island. They're also going to get control of TSMC, which is the largest semiconductor producer on the planet. China is already trying to screw us over as much as they can with precious metals or in rare earths refining right now at this moment. Now imagine that with semiconductors. They are going to control semiconductors like it is a quasi-military operation. They are not going to allow anybody who's Western aligned or American aligned to get any semiconductors from TSMC, meaning that the entire computer industry, which holds up the modern post-industrial economy here in the West, will come to a grinding halt over the next several years afterwards, and China will be in the position that we're in right now technologically. Not only that, strategically, this is completely blasting a hole in the first island defense chain within this area. Right now, Indo-Pacific strategy relies on us defending these islands between South Korea and the Philippines, also including Taiwan, which isn't a direct ally officially of the United States of America, but we are more than willing to help defend them and have been for decades if the Chinese try and invade the island. If Taiwan controlled this island, if China controlled this island, correction, I just had a Bushism. But if China controlled the island of Taiwan, they will now have access to the east coast of the island. The east coast of the island is completely outside of the island defense chain. Then once again, to remind everybody here, let me go draw this on the map to show y'all where this island defense chain is and why it's so important. This island defense chain is made up of a group of islands that consist of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines, which gives us a really shallow area to be able to detect, find, and destroy Chinese submarines before they break out into the entirety of the Western Pacific. That also includes the Scarborough Shoal and also the Spratly Islands, which are down here in this area of the Philippines. So let me put this out here as the island defense chain to show this to y'all really quickly. So let me put a red line on it right here and try and get this to where it's easily viewable for everyone. So that is the island defense chain. This is our main line of defense against Chinese nuclear attack submarines. If we do not have this defense chain intact in the way it is right now, we would see that Chinese nuclear submarines would be able to sail out into the Pacific, most likely on 6-month deployments, possibly even 8-month deployments if they have any sustainment capabilities, and they would be able to rain hell and havoc on all global commercial shipping within this area and also within the Indian Ocean, which is the most heavily trafficked ocean in the world for international shipping, day and night. It would be like the U.S. trying to find a needle in a haystack at that point to try and find one of these Chinese nuclear submarines and destroy it. And we would have to be able to do that over the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, trying to put all of our resources towards that effort. That, at that point, is going to become as devastating in the short term and long term as the blockade on the Hormuz is right now in the long-term picture. The loss of major commercial ships these days is the loss of billions of dollars per ship and also a humongous amount of TEU capacity on each ship because we build them to be as large and therefore economically viable as possible. And so this would be an absolutely catastrophic outcome, not only for our economic interests, but also for our strategic interests as well, to see that the Chinese took that island. We cannot sacrifice our long-term strategic longevity as the United States of America just for the short-term gain of trying to end the blockade that we so ignorantly ignored until it'd been laid, and then we wanted to act like it was a problem when anybody with brains knew that that was a problem the whole time. So I would say that we certainly should not be selling out the Taiwanese to China to try and get a quick end to the war in Iran. That is an absolutely ridiculous notion, and that would also lead to the ruin of the United States of America in the decades to follow if we did such a thing. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least at the moment. And it is time for us to move on out of that bit of news in China and on into a couple of other pieces of news that we've also gotten out of China today. Apparently, at the moment, according to CNBC, there is a report that allegedly the president is going to extend the U.S.-China tariff truce and announce a major Boeing order from China during his visit with Xi. That's allegedly reported by CNBC at the moment, which is already showing that there is going to possibly be some major economic deals that are going to come out of this visit, which we automatically assumed because many CEOs of major companies representing the companies as their top company officers went with the president of the United States to China to most likely start making business deals with the Chinese. So this is largely expected at this point. We've also been able to hear of the current itinerary over the course of this day, which is currently being followed through with at the moment right now. And right now they're in the Great Hall of the People having the current press conference, which many of y'all have seen the clips of here on stream just a little while ago. And then they'll be continuing on with the itinerary for the rest of the day afterwards. Hopefully we don't hear of anything massively destructive coming out of this situation, because at this point, I couldn't tell y'all if there isn't or is going to be something destructive coming out. I mean, you know, I hope that we can all have faith in Tim Apple, because if anybody's going to save us, it's going to be Tim Apple. So, moving us on.
Honestly.
So moving us on out of that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have outside of the Middle East. Well, actually, we still have a little bit to cover in the Middle East, one more or two more things in Somalia and Israel. But once we get to those things, we are going to be moving on into the rest of our news from around the world, which generally is in Europe over the course of this day. But before we get to that, I do have to thank all of y'all so much for watching so far tonight. We have seen that there has been a peak viewership tonight of 16.4 thousand people, and also 75,000 people have watched this stream in the first hour. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people have been here watching the stream over the course of the night, and I hope that y'all have been enjoying the quality of our coverage so far. We try our best every single night to make sure the news is well researched, analyzed, and also covered, and I hope that we've been able to meet that criteria once again tonight. So before we move on into the rest of the news, to thank y'all for y'all's time so far, we're going to be making sure to get 3 questions out of the chat before we move on into the rest of the news. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat of the night goes to none other than Garrett Ballhead. And thank you very much, Garrett, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate it very much. And Garrett said 14,000 people here for the news from people that make no money outside super chats. They said this is real news on what's happening around the world. And God bless you all, and God bless America.
And I gotta thank you massively for the support, Garrett. And I gotta say, it's been a pretty significant viewership tonight. Recently, we've been in the top 20s in America for a live stream, and I gotta say, it's a crazy thing to think that we're covering news daily at this point. We're one of the largest voices in news, at least live on air, that's on YouTube. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to folks like you who support this channel and help us to make it possible, because if it wasn't for viewer support like yours, people that went out of their way to support the channel, we just wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. For years now, we have had no ads and no sponsors on these streams, and we've run entirely off of viewer support for 1,541 days, which is a pretty long running streak. And I gotta say that it's an unbelievable and amazing thing to know that folks like you go out of your way when you don't have to support this channel, so that way millions of people a month can be able to get their news here from this channel pretty much absolutely free. They don't even have to spend a second of their time watching an ad or a sponsorship to be able to listen to this news. And I gotta thank you so much once again for those incredibly kind words, because once again, if it wasn't for folks like you, none of this would be possible. And long live the Republic, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Something Starmer. And thank you very much for that $20 support, good sir. We do appreciate it very much. I don't see a comment left with it, though. It looks like it was just straight up support right there. And we do appreciate that straight up support and that super sticker of the YouTube creature grabbing onto that trophy and being very happy about having that trophy. But also, by the way, I heard that a particular guy out there named Starmer said he was a gooner. Apparently, that's a football fan. Not in America, though.
Hey, yo!
Of course, what say you?
Hey, yo! Wait a minute. What? He said that?
Yeah, he said he was a gooner, but apparently that's like a football fan or something in England, I guess. Although people seem to be laughing at him in England too, so I'm not sure if gooner means what he thought it meant.
Isn't that the guy? Isn't this also the guy who stated that when he goes to sleep he doesn't dream, and he also can't visualize things in his mind or something? Isn't this that same guy?
Man, possibly. I don't remember that part, but possibly.
Huh. That's interesting. Not to delve too much into this, but I have been hearing folks, and the British folks might let us know if this is true. But I've been hearing that his own party is trying to oust him at the moment because they're starting to realize that if a snap election is called, if he's still around, they might start to lose that pretty badly. Which I mean, at this point, that's just British politics. I mean, if you look at it over the course of the past few years, they've gone through like 10 prime ministers in like 3 years. So it's a fairly rough time in British politics. It's kind of like the 1950s and 60s again with how long a prime minister lasts. But I have been hearing about that lately at the moment, and I've been hearing folks recently that have you heard about that, Matthew? That his own cabinet's trying to oust him.
Yeah, I really don't keep up with that too much, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's something else right there, because if y'all ever follow parliamentary politics in Britain, like not as far as like the Labour Party and the Tories and all, but if you just follow it as far as how it structurally works, having the cabinet, your own cabinet, try and oust you is actually exceptionally rare. Usually people resign before stuff like that happens in Britain, but oddly enough, this guy is sticking it through no matter what. So they might end up legitimately ousting him even in his own party, which will be nuts. I mean, that's basically unheard of in modern parliamentary history, for that matter. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to EMJ6446, and then they put in a $50 support, which is the biggest support of the night, by the way, and we do appreciate that. Wait, hold on, I'm about to sneeze. I'm about to sneeze. I about lost it, but then somehow I came back from the brink right there. I almost lost it. But thank you very much, EMJ, for that support right there. I held back the sneeze in honor of your super chat, and he put in that 50, of course. He said, thank you for all the hard work you do.
And thank you so much, EMJ, for enjoying the hard work we do and massively supporting it to help it to keep on running. Huh?
I was just laughing. Go ahead.
But I got to say, it's an amazing thing that you're supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Folks like you make this thing a reality and help us to be able to grease the gears that run this channel, which is basically just our bills to keep the lights on and stuff. So that way we can focus on this thing every day to do it as a full-time job. And folks like you help to make that a reality, and we're massively appreciative of you because you're helping us to be able to keep the channel running and helping this channel to keep running so that way millions of people can listen to the news every month from here, the Enforcer channel. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us folks to move on and into the rest of the news for the night, as we have been able to hear of some other significant news from around the rest of the world over the course of this day, particularly from Europe. And moving us on into the European news, we have been able to hear that, oh, by the way, whoopsie daisy, I forgot everybody, we have a couple of topics in the Middle East left to cover. We have been able to hear that inside of Qatar, the Qataris have put a little bit of an outlook today on the situation with liquefied natural gas from Energy Intelligence. An exclusive from Qatar's energy minister Saad Al-Kaabi, who said it could take a minimum of 2 to 3 months for LNG exports and broader energy shipments to normalize even after the Strait of Hormuz fully reopens. Apparently, from what we're understanding, it's, of course, largely because of the blockade. We've also been able to hear that on top of that, they're expecting that the prices will remain high for the next 2 to 3 years at this current situation that we find right now. This is a fairly significant issue at the moment, as many of y'all will know, because we do understand that because of the blockade, this is starting to cause significant physical shortages of most liquefied natural gas and petroleum products, and not only that, is causing significant physical shortages of other vital industrial components as well, such as fertilizers and agriculture, and other facets as well, also including oils for plastics and whatnot, which will be creating significant price hikes and also increasing the shipping rates per good per ton around the entirety of the world in most even national transportation markets. This is a pretty significant issue, and this also means that regardless of what we do at this point, the price of goods and transportation will most likely remain high for a significant period of time in the post-war period, most likely several years at this point, according to the Qatari energy minister. Not only that, the International Monetary Fund today has also put out a very concerning statement as well on the economic situation situation, as they've stated that there is a high risk of a global recession if oil prices remain high until 2027, which at this point, it's almost a certainty that they will most likely remain high regardless of the outcome, because even military action at this point would most likely see that the Strait of Hormuz is partially reopened to shipping traffic by the end of 2027, which would mean that the oil price would still remain high, and if not, would have even gone higher from the point that we're seeing right now. This is, of course, pretty significant issue once again, and we are seeing that basically every financial expert group in the world, either heads of industry involved in the production and shipment of these goods, or the actual monetary organizations that observe these sorts of economic trends and issue loans like the IMF would to entire nations based off of the economic outlook, are starting to say that things are looking rather grim. So I would have to say it's quite obvious at this point that they are looking quite grim, and the situation only gets worse with each passing day that the United States does not take resolute action to be able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz at a bare minimum. And right now, a lot of people are talking about the additional news that has come out today from Korg Island, as we've also been able to hear that apparently the Iranians have stopped loading ships at Korg Island. Here are some satellite photos showing the 8th of May and the 11th of May, which are now showing a complete cessation of any type of activity at the Korg Island loading piers for oil tankers going to the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is fairly mysterious because for a long time now, during the entirety of the war and even during the ceasefire, the Iranians have been loading up ships continuously at Korg Island on a literal daily basis. And now over the past few days, from largely the 9th, we're now seeing that satellite photography is proving that they're not loading a single tanker any longer at Korg Island. And a lot of people are starting to wonder what is up with that and why in the world have the Iranians stopped loading oil there, considering that that's where 90% of all of Iran's oil exports are loaded and shipped out of. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the satellite data shows that as recent as like 3 or 4 days ago, it looks like Korg Island's oil export terminals have been completely empty like ghost towns, and nobody's really sure why. Of course, there is an oil slick right there near one of the export terminals, but that generally would not stop a ship from coming up to the terminal, though. So what's the likely reason that this is the case? 54% said the Iranians have no way to transport the oil. That's why they've stopped. 33% said they expect U.S. attacks soon, and they want to make sure their ships are not in harm's way, and 9% said it's due to the oil slick. And like I said, I don't think it's the oil slick. That's not keeping the ships away. They would probably take their ships straight through that anyway and not really care very much. So it's probably not that. I would say it's probably because they have no way to transport it. They've probably filled up all their ships, as I did hear they were running out of storage for the crude oil. And they've probably simply run out because, of course, they can't get their vessels past the U.S. blockade on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's probably why they simply stopped loading right there. Also, there could be an aspect to it that they might expect U.S. attacks soon, but even during the last U.S. attacks, they were still loading up oil even during the attacks last time. So, I think I'm with the 56%. It's probably due to a lack of transport. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's probably due to a lack of transport. It's also probably due to a lack of available ships that have the capacity to even be loaded any longer, because they haven't been able to get a single ship out of the Strait of Hormuz for a good while at this point. And so they've been preloading these ships to be able to get them ready to go through once all the blockades end, or if there's ever a lucky situation, just start slipping them on through, which hasn't really appeared yet. So they might have run out of ships that they can even fill, and on top of that, if there are still ships to fill, where do they go? They just stay in the Strait of Hormuz like everyone else. And we've seen a couple of them that have tried to run the U.S. blockade, and they just end up getting blitzed by the U.S. Navy and the Marines, and then they get boarded and seized. So that doesn't really end up well for the Iranians in any circumstance, so there really isn't any way to get it out of there, and there might not be any ships left to even be able to load that have the spare capacity to be loaded with oil. So generally, that would be the situation that we're understanding at the moment. Also, a lot of people are currently talking about the oil field situation in Iran, with then having to cap some of the wells. And that's actually something that's been happening throughout the region already, especially in allied nations like our Gulf state allies. A lot of them have already had to cap a lot of their oil wells within their surface-based oil fields. And we also understand that some of the rigs have also stopped production as well. And as many of you all know, once an oil well stops constant production, that well head actually ends up imploding and it becomes unusable. You have to rebore the hole that is being used to extract the oil to be able to continue extraction at some point in the future, because the only reason that the I guess you could say the corridor or the hole down to the actual oil deposit is actually remaining intact is that it's under pressure from the oil that's rocketing up to the surface. Once that pressure ceases to exist, those drill heads actually implode on themselves, and that means that they're no longer usable. That's already happened in a lot of Gulf state nations, meaning that their oil production will have significantly decreased even once the blockade ends, and they'll have to rebuild that capacity. And now we're starting to see that similar is happening in Iran, because we have been hearing news that they are starting to cap oil wells because there's just nowhere to store the oil if they continue production of it. And also it appears that there might not be anywhere to load it onto, like on a ship, if they were trying to stymie that impending situation of having to close off these wellheads. So right now it's generally a region-wide issue. In the meantime, folks, we're not having that issue here in the United States because we're shipping out so much oil, we're literally having to pump it straight out of the strategic oil reserves in Louisiana to just try and get everybody their oil. So looks like we won't be having that problem over here, much to our detriment in the future, but it also appears that the Middle East are having the opposite of that problem. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that the Israelis have bombed, according to the IDF, 40 targets in southern Lebanon that were claimed to be Hezbollah forces. And, folks, just for our comedic relief of the day, it's that time of the day, folks, the Somali pirates have finally weighed in. Yeah, man, they've come in here strong today, and they're demanding a handsome ransom. That rhymes. They actually demanded that a oil tanker owned by an Emirati company must pay a ransom of $10 million for them to release the tanker that they stole in the Gulf of Aden.
Jeez, man, what is that in Somali money? Is that like that's like 10 billion in Somali money?
I think that's 10 trillion. Like, I don't even think Somalia
like
has a currency, man. Like, it's like this is just literally worth the whole country of Somalia, basically, in Somalia.
That's awful right there, really. That's crazy. I guess in the scheme of the cost of the ship, I guess $10 million isn't too bad, I guess, in the scheme of the ship, I would think. But I mean, still, though, that's quite crazy. It's wild, though. The Somalis are back to this piracy yet again. I guess they're the captain again.
Man, I guess they are the captain, but I gotta say, folks, you would have never seen it coming, would y'all? The return of the Somali pirates. You know, out of everything that was on my bingo card, folks, for this whole year, the return of Somali pirates was actually not one of them. Because the Somali, like, if y'all know the history of piracy always has this sort of a deal of regionally having a renaissance at some phase and then dying off rapidly afterwards once it becomes too big of an issue. That's how Caribbean piracy went way back in the early 1700s. After the war that Britain had, a lot of the privateers became pirates because they were still trying to finance the vessels that they had bought to be able to privateer. They ended up having a golden age of piracy. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was Port Royal where the large earthquake happened. There was a large earthquake that created a tsunami. It washed away Port Royal, killed most of the pirates, and then also the Royal Navy came down here and just started slaughtering pirates left and right and killing anyone that they could find. So then that also ended the whole age of piracy down here, and that came to an end by the 1730s. And then piracy was never really an issue down here again in any large form. The Somali pirates had their very same sort of renaissance and put down as well. In the mid-2000s, they came into a resurgence or something of a renaissance for the larger part and started to conduct piracy on the high seas around Somalia. Then after that, we start to see around 2008 and 2009 that significant international anti-piracy actions were made to be able to put them down. And they did. They largely wiped them out for the most part, and most of the pirates went back to just, doing whatever they did on land because they didn't want to go out to sea and die at the hands of the Chinese, the US, the French, the Russian, the North Korean, and also the British navies, which were just generally sitting off their coast 24/7 waiting for them to pop up, and then they blow them away. And so then the age of piracy came to an end about 2012 and 2013. now it's coming back, and I guess they just sensed a moment of opportunity because everybody's busy dealing with the Houthis and also the IRGC up at the Strait of Hormuz, and they just realized that it's basically open season down there in the Gulf of Aden and right off the coast of Somalia, and they're back to raiding and seizing ships left and right, and now they're demanding ransoms just like they did back in the days of the age of piracy in the mid 2000s and the early 2010s. So pretty crazy, honestly. I never thought we'd see the return of it, but here we are. Moving us on out of that whole deal, unfortunately, that company will have to figure out how to pay that ransom, because at the moment, I don't think anyone's going down there trying to get the ship for them for free. But moving us on out of the Middle East, it is now time for us to move on into Europe, as we do have a significant amount of news that's been coming out of Europe over the course of the day. Quite a lot of it, actually. The war in Ukraine has been somewhat active today. Before we get into the actual minutia of the details that have happened surrounding all of this today, we do have some interesting statements that came out of Moscow. Folks, Jeb and the crew, they've struck it rich, and now the Beverly Hillbillies exist, but in Moscow. They call them the Taliban Hillbillies. And it appears that the Taliban has arrived in Moscow today to participate in the Russia Islamic World Forum. This is being led...
Man, not the Taliban. What the hell? Russia's getting really desperate now. They're bringing in the Taliban like there's some like formal top-end delegation. Like, geez.
Man, they've actually been doing this over the past few years. Ever since the Taliban took control, slowly yet surely. Yeah. Remember in 2023 when they first brought the first Taliban delegation whatsoever to open relations between them and the Russians?
Yeah, I remember that. This time they got like a whole banner for them. They got the whole like red carpet rolled out for the Taliban. That's crazy. I mean, what did the Taliban even have to offer Russia?
Man, I heard that the opium really be hitting hard this time. Like, I guess, I don't know what else they got. Because all they have are poppy fields.
Yeah, they don't really have anything to offer. It's like they're just desperate for any allies.
Yeah, Russia is like scraping the bottom of the barrel these days. At this point, man, they would probably go to the North Sentinel Island and try and ally with the North Sentinelese at this point, which are literally living in like a Stone Age era sort of a culture technologically. But it's something. Also, by the way, folks, I have to say that, for a lot of people who always look at the Russians as kind of holding up the exemplar of what the Western world is supposed to be, it's kind of a little bit interesting that they're having an expo under this name, considering that kind of goes against the whole propaganda initiative. They've been spoon-feeding clowns in the West for years at this point, because, generally, you would expect that they wouldn't have an expo like this, but yet they are. Still, this is being led, by the way, you wouldn't believe this, folks, by the Taliban's Minister of Trade. What the hell are they trading? What does he do? Like, what's his actual job?
I don't even know. It's like, what are they doing? Like, they're trading like guarantees of peace in exchange for food. It's like, what could this possibly even be?
Okay, hold up. We've got an answer. We've got an answer. How many exports in billions of dollars, Matthew, do you think that Pakistan makes annually across the board?
You said Pakistan?
Afghanistan, sorry.
Oh, probably less than $1 billion.
2 billion, actually. So they're getting up there. They're getting, I guess, somewhere. I don't really know. But beyond that, their main exports, folks, are, get this, fruits, nuts, cotton, medicinal plants, and carpets. Those are their top export categories. So they're really coming in with the heavy hitters, folks. If you want a carpet, it might be Afghan. You want a dog? Maybe an Afghan. Nuts? There's plenty of nuts. They got the Taliban. But, it's just basically a bobs and bits sort of an industry. They really don't have anything significant to export because Afghanistan doesn't have any industry, basically. It's all agrarian for the most part. So everything that they produce is agrarian. So in the modern day, that means basically nothing. But here they are. Like, here's the clip of them walking through. That's the Minister of Trade right there. To get into the meeting. Oh yeah, I was just playing the 4 seconds. We can also see this guy marshaling him through a wide open area, as well. All of it really comes together. Also, by the way, someone just said medicinal plants. Yeah, I kind of always remember that being called opium, and also poppy seeds and stuff. I don't remember ever being called a medicinal plant. That's like saying, well, cocaine isn't a drug. It's a medicinal item. It's like, what is this, the 1880s? That's a drug. It's like, it's a class 1 drug at that. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal, we've also been able to hear that Russia announced today, folks, because they're such a big friend in the United States, Putin stated, and this was, by the way, in direct response to the Iron Dome defense system, that Russia will continue to develop missile systems capable of overcoming all current and future missile defense systems. Wow, that sounds like they really respect the United States of America. You know, folks, that's something else. Because I've been hearing for quite a while now from this current presidency that the Russians really respect us and they really want to be friends with the United States. And Putin just made it clear today that they're going to continue to create missiles and weapon systems that are advanced enough that they'll be able to get through the Iron Dome and try and kill millions of Americans in the process. That sounds like a friendly country to me. Because, you know, every country that's allied to us and loves us in the world says that every day. I mean, Matthew, don't you remember when the French said that, Matthew? I swear that I heard them say that like 2 weeks ago about us.
Oh yeah, all the time.
All the time, all the time. I mean, come on, folks. I mean, clearly they're friendly. They want Americans to see their missiles up close, at Mach 6 hitting their city. I mean, that's definitely a friendly action. And that's why we should continue to increase our cooperation and friendship with the Russian Federation and continue to give them deference and generally the upper hand in every single diplomatic exchange because they are friends like no other. Truly amazing. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. That's clearly showing that they're an enemy of the United States, but apparently some people are blind to that in Washington. Anyways, moving us on out of that, we also got to hear that the Polish Air Force had to be scrambled today due to a Russian Il-20 getting incredibly close to Polish airspace while it was flying near to the Kaliningrad Oblast of the Russian Federation. So that was reported by the Polish Ministry of Defense today, but we didn't get any further updates or reports on that, meaning that the situation was dealt with. However, we have been able to hear that there has been a fairly concerning development with U.S. force deployments within the area of EUCOM's area of responsibility. Today, we have been able to hear that the United States has reportedly canceled the deployment of the Army's 2nd Brigade Combat Team, 1st Cavalry Division to Europe, where more than 4,000 troops have been sent to reinforce NATO's Eastern Front. A portion of the unit already in Poland has reportedly been directed to return home. This is a very interesting development here because from what we understand, the 1st Cavalry Division was most likely moving into the area to be able to replace the current division that is operating as the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division within Poland. To give you a little bit of a background on how the U.S. Army Europe and Africa is structured and functions within EUCOM's area of responsibility, there are 2 main fighting divisions that we have in EUCOM's Army of Europe and Africa at any given moment in time, and these are called the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Divisions, which fall under the command of 5th Corps in Poznan, and 5th Corps then falls under the command of U.S. Army Europe and Africa inside of, if I'm not mistaken, it's Wiesbaden, which is where the headquarters is at currently. This 5th Corps is incredibly important for a rapid response or quick reaction forces of the United States to be able to try and stop an initial Russian invasion or a Russian offensive if it ever begins. And this has been a critical part of modern NATO doctrine and modern U.S. doctrine within this area of responsibility in Europe. The fact that this division is being ordered to be recalled for the large part, at least the elements that have already made it over there, and an entire brigade combat team of the 1st Division is also being stopped from being deployed as well, is showing us that the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division that is based out of Bolesławiec in southwestern Poland is apparently not even going to be present inside of Poland within the immediate future. And this is wildly concerning. Greatly concerning. These Atlantic Resolve Rotational Divisions, mind you, are the very they're not the screening force, they're the actual blocking force that we have inside of Europe. Our screening force is in the 2nd Cav Regiment, which is inside of Germany, which is a rapid response force that can operate as a screen and slow down an enemy advance but not stop it. The Atlantic Resolve Rotational Divisions are designed and deployed to be able to stop an advance dead in its tracks if need be, and to hold them until further reinforcements can arrive. So the fact that this entire division is not being deployed right now at this moment is wildly concerning and is showing a great weakening of U.S. Army Europe and Africa within the theater at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so I would say personally that this one single brigade being recalled to the United States probably isn't that bad of a concern. Of course, it's concerning on its face, but the bigger concern is this is a much larger concerted movement by the United States to not just bring home this brigade, but also a whole bunch of other units as well. They're generally trying to strip U.S. forces out of Europe, which is coming at a very odd time to do that. But we're hearing that apparently from the 2nd Brigade here of the U.S. Army, all the soldiers will be returned returning home. And any of the ones that were already there partially, they'll simply be brought right back home to the United States immediately. So what are your thoughts? 57% said that's bad. This will clearly encourage Putin to move on, probably Europe. 20% said good, it's time to bring them back. And 16% said it probably won't make much of a difference. And I'm definitely with the 56%. We're already seeing the signs. Putin has launched drones into Latvia. He's launched drones into Moldova today. Now, granted, Moldova is not a NATO country, but they are closely NATO aligned. And we've also seen drones going into Romania as well, which is another NATO country. So we're already seeing Putin get aggressive with NATO, more so than he was previously. And now we're seeing even more forces being pulled out of Europe. So I would say personally that I'm rather concerned by this. This is probably a bad move. There's really no good reason for it either. I don't even know why we're recalling these forces like this. It makes no sense really. But Enforcer, what say you?
This is not a good move at all at this point. This is one that I would find greatly concerning, because this is weakening what is supposed to be the strongest Atlantic Resolve rotational division we have by design that is in Poland. And I saw someone in the chat really quickly say that the 5th Corps is actually based out of Fort Knox, Kentucky. They're also forward operated as the headquarters for 5th Corps, which commands the Atlantic Resolve rotational divisions inside of Europe as well. And if you go and look at that really quickly, you'll go and see that that is the case, because they do fall under the command structure of U.S. Army Europe and Africa. And if you look at where they fall under the structure, they are based out of Poznan, at a camp there. I forgot the specific name of the camp, but it's in Poznan. So outside of that, though, this is a significant weakening of a response and a quick reaction force for U.S. Army Europe and Africa in Europe, because if the Russians began an offensive, sure, the Europeans will deal with it, and clearly Poland would easily be able to deal with it, but we're supposed to be actively involved in NATO's defense under the Article 5 provisions in the NATO Charter. And this quick reaction force is there to do just that. The 2nd Cavalry Regiment would generally slow down an offensive, or at least help with slowing it down along our allies, and then this Atlantic Resolve rotational division would come in once the front's getting close to being stabilized, and then try and counterattack and possibly punch through, or at least put such a significant blocking force in front of the Russians that they could no longer advance in any circumstance. This is something that is absolutely absurd to hear, that they're going to be delaying or completely stopping this deployment, because it's going to be putting a great weakness on the entirety of the Atlantic Resolve rotational division in Poland. They only have, mind you, 2 actual armor brigades that make up this unit, this division, and one of them, from what we're hearing, is not going to be deployed. So that means they only have a 1 armored or 1 mechanized division to work off of in theory, instead of the 2 that they're supposed to have by design, which is definitely not a great thing whatsoever. That's actually quite concerning. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, because I don't know what the thinking behind that one is, and I don't know what their plan is, because some people might say, oh, well, they're just going to replace it with another brigade. Well, why would they do that? I mean, where are they going to get it from? Because they're, from what I understand, the whole of the 1st Cavalry Division is supposed to be forward deployed as the rotational division, and they're stopping a whole brigade of that division from going to Europe. And I mean, they're clearly not going to take another brigade combat team from a whole other division that doesn't even fall under the command and hasn't even been familiarized with the 1st Cav, and then just go and throw it into that rotational resolve division. That wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense structurally, and we've never seen that done before. So I have a feeling that they're just stopping this brigade combat team from being deployed to weaken our posturing inside of Europe, which will make the Russians think that it might be easier to go up against Europe, because now they might not contend with the United States. The US's plan might just be to pack up and walk off if something happens, which is an absolutely ridiculous idea. But moving us on out of all of that news, we've also seen that right now the Ukrainians are under the largest drone and missile attack that we have seen in the war so far at this moment. And earlier we did get reports that Russia had fired some of their Kinzhal hypersonics, or semi-hypersonics, into Ukraine. We haven't been able to hear if those were shot down by air defense. Additionally, we also saw that over the Moldovan city of Balti, several Russian drones were seen flying over the city, either deliberately or as errant drones, in central Moldova, which we can see in this clip right here.
Just flying over, completely unopposed, uncontested.
Look at that. That's concerning, actually. I also saw someone bring up a good point on the U.S. force disposition in Europe. I'm actually going to have to circle back because it's a really good question. But before we move on to the rest of our news in the Ukraine war, I just saw a great question from Anthony McCormick. He said, I thought we were taking them out of Germany, not Poland. And that's a great point. Prior, the president said that we were taking U.S. forces out of Germany, which completely blew my mind, because why would you do that? How the forces are structured right now in U.S. Army, Europe, and Africa, and I hate to say it over and over, but that's the actual ground force that we have in Europe. Everything in Germany is largely either a rapid quick reaction force, meaning that it is high mobility, or it is a support force. So if we're moving forces out of Germany, most likely, I mean, statistically, it would be some sort of a supporting unit that we're removing, which makes no sense whatsoever, because to be able to conduct any actual combatant operations, you have to have a proper logistical and support base to be able to effectively conduct combatant operations. So if you remove any unit from Germany, which statistically, I think 70% of the units right now in Germany are support brigades, so they're not even involved in active fighting, they're involved in supporting the units that fight. That would be greatly weakening the U.S.'s reaction capabilities for our combatant forces in Europe if a war broke out, which would be absolutely stupid. So not only did we get that statement from the president, we're now also hearing that apparently at this moment, they're stopping an entire combatant brigade combat team of the 1st Cav from going to the Resolve Division inside of Poland. Which is not only weakening our support forces, if that threat was ever followed through on where we pull forces out of Germany, we're now seeing that our actual combatant forces are now also being depleted as well by not deploying an entire BCT to where it's supposed to be. So I don't know what in the hell, and I see someone say, please stop playing them. Well, I mean, I can't say stuff deliberately, like we all know what this is. This is greatly reducing the U.S.'s posture in Europe, which is absolutely asinine and ridiculous and stupid by every measure. I mean, there's really no question there. But this is such a deliberate destructuring of our force position in Europe right now. You couldn't go out of your way to try and appease the Russians and try and entice them into invading Europe than what we're doing right now. We're showing them at every level we're trying to weaken ourselves on all fronts.
Yeah, I think at this point, the people that were saying that the U.S. might quiet quit NATO, meaning they can't formally just leave NATO because that'd be a little bit too blatant, but the U.S. will pretty much withdraw the forces and basically, like I said, quiet quit. That appears to be what they're doing to a large degree. It's really wild. Like we've chummed up to Xi Jinping as of today, chummed up to Putin as well. We're abandoning NATO, quiet quitting it. And it's just a strange foreign policy that's going on right now, to say the least. It feels like they're dismantling pretty much the entire U.S. Hegemony to a large degree.
And for what aim? Because it was like, they didn't even have to do that. It's like we weren't even in a position where we were forced to do something like that. They're just going out of their way to do stuff like this. And it's like, why? Because why? How in the world does this benefit us at all? And that's a rhetorical question, because none of it benefits us. It hurts us. Turning our back on Europe is turning our back on the largest economic ally and military ally we have in the world. There is nobody else that can replace Europe. And for people who say Europe is militarily weak, how? And compared to who? If you compare them to the Chinese and the Russians, Europe is strapped to the teeth with ammo and everything to the nines every day of the week. If you don't believe me, go look at the numbers. They have more tanks than Russia. They have more tanks than China, more personnel than the both of them, more aircraft than both of them. They have more aircraft carriers. They have more ships. I mean, they have more of everything than any of our enemies have. So Europe, by far, outside of the United States, is the second largest military power on the earth conventionally, bar none. I mean, none of our enemies even get close to being as powerful as they are. We have a near $1 trillion annual trade with them in imports and exports. That's a massive moneymaker for our economy, because every import that we make from Europe, we resell in the United States for extra money. So there's people in America making money off of European imports. And then the Europeans are also buying what we're exporting to them, which makes us money as well. That's a huge trade. I don't know why in the world we'd be willing to start sacrificing something like that to try and appease the Chinese, which are going to spit in our face in a couple of years when they try and invade Taiwan, or which are going to sell Taiwan off to them for no reason, so we can keep getting cheap Chinese junk traded with us on the hundreds of billions every year, when we should be trying to get that offshored into another country that's actually allied with us. The stupidity of it's endless at this point.
Yeah, I see a couple of people saying this is a new world order. I will say, this has the appearance of the United States is basically abandoning our prior allies inside of Europe, and we're basically trying to replace them with China and Russia, which is an awful idea, by the way, because Russia's our adversary. They want to take over Europe. We don't want to be aligned with countries that have ambitions like that. They want to basically enslave the entirety of Europe. We don't want to be friends with people like that because if they're willing to do it to Europe, then they'll be willing to do it to us. Also with China, it's like China's been trying to economically enslave pretty much any country they can get their hands on for the past, several decades. They've been trying to weaken the United States in every way possible as well through hybrid warfare, economic wars, etc. Explain why we just had a trade war with China if that's not the case. So now we're seeing a complete 180. So I'm not sure if this new world order between the U.S., Russia, and China is going to be very good. Those two countries, Russia and China, are going to eat us for lunch if we go into some alliance like that. They're going to turn on us and they're going to get us.
Also, why in the world do we need this new world order if that's what people are calling it? What in the world are we gaining out of just giving stuff up right now to our enemies? We're gaining nothing and we're losing a lot, and basically allowing them to strengthen themselves to threaten us even further later with no inherent reason or benefit for it. If they had actually defeated us actively in some sort of a war, then clearly that would be a reason for us to start chopping off stuff wholesale, but they haven't done that. And they also would never be able to do that because, truth be told, we'd nuke them and turn them into an extinct nation before that ever happened. So that'll never happen. So we can hang on to what we have and what we've had for 70 years now until the end of time, and there's really nothing that they can do about it unless we implode from within, which we're not doing. At least at the moment right now. The Chinese and the Russians would just be plumb out of luck, and China would have to continue to try their stupid One Belt, One Road initiative around the Indian Ocean, which will never work because they've clearly shown that it's going to work at a snail's pace and has largely failed at this point. And then Russia is just stuck being broke poor, and there's nothing they can do about that either. And so we were in a fine and dandy position. And so instead of just staying in that position and maintaining it, we're going to decide to give that up and just start throwing stuff to our enemies wholesale so that way they can have it for no reason. They're not even in a threatening position for us if we really think about it. And we're just basically conducting appeasement. This is ridiculous. Like, the whole foreign policy premise at this point is about as anti-American as it can get, and basically just pro-enemy and anti-American and anti-allies at this point. There's just no question about that. I mean, there's no other way to look at it, because if you're saying that Russia and China are our friends, then you've been living under a rock, or you have been brainwashed by the CCP or the Russian Federation, one or the other. There's no other way to look at that. But anyways, moving us on out of that news, and that whole aside, it is time for us to get back into the news that has been going on in Ukraine. The Ukrainian drone attacks today have proven to be good. Very good. They actually ended up hitting the Taman oil loading port, which, by the way, we haven't mentioned a couple of times before, but we have to mention it because it's very important. There are a couple of oil loading ports in the Black Sea. There is Tuops, which is right here. Well, actually, sorry, whoopsie daisy, it's up here. Every city on this coastline looks the same, but there is Tuops, which is an oil loading port, and then we have Novorossiysk, which is also a critical oil loading port of the Russians in the Black Sea, and then we have the biggest one, which is the Taman oil loading port. If I don't stutter through that, I just went, I sound like a car starting. But this is the Taman oil loading port, which is the largest one. Novorossiysk generally is the largest by volume, but the largest one physically is the Taman oil loading port. And this thing got smacked by Ukraine last night. We did get to confirm by the firm satellite that the Taman oil facility is on fire. It looks like a decent amount of tanks are on fire within the oil loading port. And we've also been able to hear that apparently the Ukrainians hit the oil loading piers. Well, what do you know? These are actually still images from the drone attack showing that they did hit the Taman Neftegas oil loading piers out inside of the Black Sea. And these are so large, they actually get blurred out by Google Maps because they go farther than they render the coastline in the near shore area. So this is actually quite a decent success and a wonderful thing to see that they were able to slam these significant oil loading piers near to the city and port of Taman. And a big hello to Dennis Davidoff. Welcome in. But moving us on out of that news,
just a casual visit from a fellow YouTuber, Denny's. Look at that.
Dennis just waltzing on in. Like, man, he just coming on in. Welcome in tonight. I hope you've been enjoying the show if you've been here for a little while. But moving us on over into Krasnodar, we've also been able to see some damage at the site of the Taman Neftegas terminal in Krasnodar as well. I don't know why I put this in Krasnodar, because this is literally at the port of Taman, but here's the clip. And we see right there a little, like, let me show this to y'all again, because it's kind of hard to notice. There's a little bit of the damage. You can see puncture holes in some of the tanks. It doesn't look like any of them were actually holding any oil that were hit, because we didn't see any fires originate from them, outside of smaller ones just from the direct impacts, which is what the firm satellite picked up. But it does confirm some damage to the oil loading tanks. And moving us on out of that satellite photography, confirming the hits at Taman, which I'll move that over there for clarification purposes right here, we are going to be moving on out of the area and over to Astrakhan, as we've also been able to confirm that near to the city of Astrakhan, a major gas processing plant has been hit by the armed forces of Ukraine and is on fire. From what we understand, the fire is quite large, according to the firm satellite. Unfortunately, we have no actual video of this attack. All we have is the firm satellite confirmation of a direct hit and a major fire that has occurred at the gas processing plant, but we have not seen any actual video of the attack. Apparently, from what we know, this gas processing plant was far enough away from a municipal area that apparently no film was made of it. I'm guessing there might be some audio clips out there of the booms that came from the impacts, but we didn't see any of those coming out over the course of the day. Moving us on out of Astrakhan, we have also been able to hear that near to the city of Ufa, it also appears that the Bashkortostan oil pumping facility, or the Nerlino oil pipeline pumping station, was hit this morning. This is actually a picture of the fire right here. Quite a significant one. Whoop diddy. Quite a large one right there, I'd have to say. And it does appear that...
Oh, diddy?
Man, I'm telling you, man, like, they're losing oil left and right, man. And I do have to clarify, folks, Costco does not sell baby oil. But we can see the fire from a distance right here as well. Quite a nice fire.
A very big one indeed.
And we can also see a satellite picture of the facility that's on fire. There it is. And you can also see some of the pumping facility here on the northern side of the satellite picture. That's actually the part responsible for keeping pressure through the pipeline to keep the flow at an optimal rate. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see that in the town of Ufa, it also appears that we got some additional footage of the fire. Take a look. Nothing like carcinogens early in the morning.
The birds. They have birds out here. Also, by the way, this person needs to mow their lawn. Look at that. That's out of control right there. That's going to get an HOA complaint.
Man, you know, if they walk through that grass right now, man, they're going to be like that. They're going to be like, what the hell's his name? Russell Crowe in the movie Gladiator when he walks through the field of wheat. Like, bro, like the grass is that high. You can like brush your hands atop the grass blade. It's like, that is something.
Yeah, you could walk through there and step on snack.
Man, they're going to be saying, I am Ivan the Maximus. I believe it, man. It's like the snake bites him, man. It's like, man, I mean, they need that mode, really. But we also got the same clip that we saw prior right there, and also this one, which is fresh. All bubbly it. Got to give a huge shout out to the aircraft hangar in the middle of this industrial complex, really giving off that Russian industrial vibe.
You know, speaking of the industrial vibe right here, you know the smog is so bad in Beijing that the cameras were having trouble picking up, like, focus on people in Beijing. The smog's so bad over there right now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the smog in China is really bad. Like, it's.
I was watching the video that they were showing of the presidential motorcade pulling up in Beijing to meet Xi Jinping. It rhymes, by the way. But I was looking at the camera. I was like, why are they having such a hard time like filming their faces? Then I realized, dang, that's smog. I was like, that's why they're not able to get a good focus like on them from far away, because the smog is so bad it's distorting the lens.
Well, hold up. Let me go show you. Oh man, I'm gonna have a fun time with this one. So let me show you. Hey y'all, look. Wow. Look at Shanghai. Wow. China's so modern, so beautiful. Wow. I would want to live there forever. Wow. Let me go get y'all a picture of Shanghai from recently. Wow. Beautiful Shanghai.
Oh, oh man, people complain about Utah air quality. I mean, nothing out here in Utah has ever come close to this. This is like a sandstorm.
Wow. Beautiful Beijing and the Forbidden City. It's almost like it's forbidden to look at it.
Rumor has it, when Xi said, "What's up, Beijing?" Rumor has it they had to use AI to cover up the coughs. What's up, Beijing?
Man, they say that one inhale of air in Beijing is equivalent to 30 packs of cigarettes, and I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, that looks like it. Man, like, jeez. Here's a picture of someone rollerblading in it. Here's a picture of what it looks like from above.
Oh, it looks like the clouds are down there on it. Man, they could use a rollerblade to cut that air. Like you can cut that with a knife.
Man, honestly, man, like, this guy's like, put your hands in the air like you just don't care, like in the middle of the toxic smog. Oh my god, it's horrendous, though. It's literally like, it is quite truly a dystopia in China, like, it's unbelievable. And it's so funny, folks, because whenever you see those TikToks of China, they always take them on days where they've shut down a load of the factories. Like, y'all would not believe this, but when China's major parades come around that they have in Beijing, they actually order hundreds of factories in Beijing to shut down about a week before the parade, even to clear out the air to make it look like it's bright and sunny out. And then once the parade's over, they order all those factories back to work. They go back to full 24/7 operations, and then the whole city looks like a smog-filled hellhole again, basically all year long. Really, honestly, crazy, man. It makes Salt Lake City look tame, like, for this. And what's even crazier, man, is that they're producing that level of pollution on a plane. Like, there's no mountains nearby to most of these cities.
Yeah,
They're
that's what I was
literally
about
in a
to say.
flat plane.
Yeah, I was about to say that out here in Salt Lake City in Utah, there's like a geographical reason for why the smog's kept in. Like if there wasn't for the mountains, it wouldn't congregate here. The smog wasn't. It wouldn't be as bad as it is. And even with the mountains, it's not nearly as bad as Beijing. Even with the mountains, I mean, I feel like if you breathed in this air for like a solid year, I feel like you'd get cooked.
Well, actually, when the air pollution gets this bad, they give shelter-in-place orders, like a major weather emergency, like a tornado or a flood, because it's so toxic to go outside. You literally can't breathe the air without coming up with some sort of like an asthmatic fit from trying to inhale this stuff.
I tell you, and then they force you to wear like those diaper masks on your face, those really thick ones that are kind of like look like a diaper. It's just awful. Like, I would hate to live in an environment like this.
Man, I mean, when you know that that's not fog, that's industrial pollution, I mean, that's kind of concerning. I mean, that's something you just don't see anymore in the United States. Like, you might have seen stuff like this in like the 1950s and 60s, but after the EPA and the Clean Air Quality Act of I think it was 1972 or 1975, this sort of stuff disappeared rapidly afterwards, even with the EPA Tier 1 requirements. Tier 2 requirements mostly eliminated this, and now we're on Tier 4. Although that's kind of, being kind of hamstrung at the moment. We're generally kind of still mostly on Tier 3. They're trying to move towards Tier 4 regulations to keep the air even cleaner. Because air can become dirty, and it becomes like that if it gets dirty enough, which is what it is mostly in China.
Yeah, get this real quick. We're not going to rabbit hole too much longer on this, but the air quality right now in Beijing, it is the most polluted city in the entire world right now. Literally, the most. There's nowhere on the planet you could stand right this very minute and breathe in the amount of pollution that Beijing has right now. It has a 152 AQI for pollution rating. It is literally the worst spot. If you couldn't stand anywhere, even in India, and get the same amount of pollution you get in Beijing, standing there right now for a solid hour.
Damn. Anyways, anyone feeling like some soup?
I tell you, our leader said, "Let's go there." It's like I didn't see our people wearing a mask. It's like it seemed like they would have brought one, but I guess that wouldn't look tough, like not to wear a mask. But me personally, I've been wearing a mask going into that hellhole.
Man, and then look at these articles, how China cut its air pollution. It's like, come on, you can't kid us. Like, you can literally look at the API score. It's still bad. You can see the president there right now. It's still, I mean, look at this. Like, let's go back to the picture of Air Force One here. Because, I mean, this is a rabbit hole worth of the ages right now. Because this is one that kind of gives you an honest look at China. Look at the smog around there. I mean, you literally see it in the spotlights at the airport.
Yeah, really. Also, by the way, I'm reading here. It says It's the PM 2.5, very unhealthy. It's actually 168 AQI. It's actually higher than I was saying. It says if you inhale it, it says it can cause serious health issues if it enters the lungs and bloodstream, which at 2.5 it can. The most severe impacts are on the lungs and the heart. Exposure can result in coughing, difficulty breathing, aggravated asthma, and possible chronic respiratory disease. It also says here, and for the PM 1.0, it says it can result in eye and throat irritation, coughing or difficulty breathing, potentially stop breathing. Whoa, aggravated asthma, frequent and excessive exposure can result in very serious health effects. So it's literally the worst rating. I've never like that is crazy. Like in the middle of Beijing, there's like the blue is excellent, purple is dangerous. The entirety of Beijing is purple.
Oh my God. What is the worst air quality currently recorded in the United States right now?
Let's see. Let me check. Let's see here. Worst air quality in USA. Let's see what it is real quick. They don't. I'll have to do some looking into it.
Because I have a feeling it just can't be as bad as that. Also, by the way, I just realized, Matthew, with those pictures of Shanghai, I need to go back to these really quickly because it just hit me, folks. Let me go find that picture again that I was just on. Isn't it kind of odd that the whole sky is purple? Is that natural? Because I've never seen the sky turn purple anywhere but Louisiana. And that's because of all the refineries down in Louisiana. I've never seen the sky turn purple. I've seen it turn orange.
So I've got the information here. So right now, a place called Indio, it's a city here. Check that one out. Where is this, by the way? It says Indio right now. Where is that?
California. And it's, let's see, where is, this is just north of the Salton Sea, apparently.
So let me double check something here, make sure I got this right. So the reason why that's apparently so bad is that apparently there's a wildfire nearby. So it's 145 AQI. That still doesn't reach Beijing's AQI, by the way. And there's a freaking wildfire right next to the thing. So you can literally go stand next to a wildfire and have better air breathing quality than standing in Beijing.
That is sad. That is so sad. That is really sad. Dude, you know what's crazy, man, is that I bet you nobody in Beijing in decades has seen a living animal because they're all dead. They can't survive in that stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's awful.
Man, you go to China, wow, there's no bird poop on anything. It's yeah, because they're all dead from the industrial pollution. There's no birds left alive around this city. But anyways, moving on from that, which is absolutely unbelievable at this point, Beijing's air quality is worse than a wildfire, which is unreal. I mean, imagine, folks, imagine living in that every day. That would be hell. But moving us on out of that whole deal, we also have to cover the report coming out of Perm, because it does appear that Russia's oil refinery, or Russia's Perm refinery, has fully halted operation after the attack on May 7th, and the plant emergency stopped 3 primary crude processing units and part of its secondary units, with repairs expected to take several weeks and no clear restart time. The refinery is owned by Lukoil, and it is the 7th largest refinery in Russia by refining capacity. So quite interesting and good to hear, really. So moving us on out of Russia, we do also have to cover, by the way, that there is an ongoing drone attack in Russia at this moment. We haven't been able to get any videos and pictures out of that attack, but hopefully we will soon. Now, finally moving us on into Ukraine, we did get to see some of the work of the frontline air defense units in Ukraine, including this one, which was able to gun down a Russian drone and also show us what it looked like through his sights. We can see him here aiming for the drone, and we can see the drone up there overhead.
Man, they got to try to aim for that little dot with a machine gun this large, man. What are the odds of hitting that?
I mean, pretty decent for this guy. He's pretty skilled. We'll see in a second. But he's already fired his second burst at it. Weirdly enough, we're not really seeing the tracers. Maybe he's getting some fire directions from somebody nearby who's a spotter. But we see him continuing to try and lead the target and fire controlled bursts at the drone. Generally, a single hit with a 50 caliber is enough to take one of these down most of the time. Sometimes it requires a second or a third hit, and I quite literally mean just 1 or 2 bullets. And there we go, he got it.
Dang, that is crazy. I have no idea how they can hit that. That seems impossible.
Dude, they're hitting a moving target at about 70 to 100 miles an hour at a quarter mile away with this. I mean, that's honestly pretty impressive. They've got some very good ground gunners, ground air defense gunners in Ukraine at this point.
I would say.
But that's the end of that clip. And moving us on from that unbelievable air defense clip, we also got to see some location unknowns today. We did get to see that the Russians showed off a technological innovation. One of the few T-80 BVMs they have left, they've outfitted with a brand new design of cope cage, and this was so amazing that the Russians had to film it and publish it in Russia to show to the Russian people how advanced the cope cages are getting these days. Let's take a look. Yes, the BVM covered in snow, believe. And now we can see Vadim here explaining what they did.
Well, I think I look like a cartoon character.
Yeah, bro, this is literally a meme frame right here. Like, why in the hell does he look like a cheap, like, Xbox, like, 360 render? Like, why does he look like one?
It looks fake. Like, it looks like something that's not even real.
Bro, honestly, he really does. So we can see them now climbing under the chains, and now driving off in what we can only describe as the modern Brillo pad. You see, we've covered it in the Brillo pad, because we realized that drones don't like to be clean. And now we can see them driving around. I mean, really a display of how advanced Russia's gotten at sucking at this point, because they've tried about 5,000 iterations of cope cages. None of them have ever worked. Now we can see this guy in the turret, who, honestly looks kind of like a kid, really.
That's Porky Pig.
Bleep. That's all, folks.
Bacon.
I'm getting...
It's a porcupine thing. It's going to take it to the snow.
I'm getting porked by the Russian government. Man. But we can see them loading the gun. We can see this guy chit-chatting about it a little bit more. He's like, yeah, this thing will blow up in 30 seconds in Ukraine. Just you wait. We're still on the training field. And now we can see them firing the gun because the Russians love showing that. And then they just inserted a clip from Ukraine, like they were in Ukraine, but they're on a training field. That really works. Moving us on out of that ridiculous clip, we did also get to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And holy moly, 2 Bobcats!
Oh, they got 2 of them, like a 2-group type Bobcat. 2 for 1 special, they say. By now. But tell us more, Enforcer.
And according to Ms. DJ, keeper of the records, over the past 24 hours, 1,130 troops have been knocked out. Yesterday was 1,020. There is a missing new category, 2 ground robotic complexes. Apparently, Kyiv Independent isn't wanting to update their infographic, unfortunately, yet. And also 287 fuel, auto and fuel tanks, ranks as the 7th highest daily loss. And to make sure that we get these numbers correct, we're actually going to be using the Ministry of Defense report that Ms. Disa retweeted. Over the course of the past 24 hours, 1,130 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 2 main battle tanks, 1 APC, 50 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 3 air defense systems, 1,853 drones, 2 ground robotic complexes, 287 automotive and fuel tanks, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, not bad, and a pretty decent day for the Ukrainians as they continue to hold the Russians back. Unfortunately, the Ukrainians are under a major attack, and to give you all a glimpse of that at the moment, we did get a clip of the ongoing attack in Kharkiv. And we hear the drone coming in. Sounds to be on a dive, going right overhead. And then going further down the street. We didn't get to hear it explode, but it was very low overhead from what we could hear in that clip. Moving us on towards the front lines, we also got to see that near to the Kupiansk-Belgorod direction, the 22nd Mechanized Brigade was continuing to target and destroy Russian infantry in fairly large numbers. The Ukrainian armed forces are continuing to see that their casualties are being mitigated heavily by the use of drones, and in the meantime, the Russian Federation has seen no mitigation of casualties due to their poor implementation of drone forces. As a result, we are seeing that the Ukrainians are able to stretch their resources and manpower quite significantly when compared to the Russians on the battlefield, and this is currently giving them a significant frontline advantage, considering that they are fighting a war of attrition. In the Luhansk city area, we did hear that there was ongoing drone raids and air sirens had been sounded, but we haven't been able to get any video and picture evidence of the attacks that followed.
They're cranking out the old-timey horn.
Man, before you know it, man, they're going to have the ice cream truck with the giant megaphone on top going around.
Говорит Россия. Это кота над народа.
Like, man, they're about to be doing that here in a second. Man, you remember
how broke Russia's getting, how the ice cream truck going around demanding donations door to door. Yeah, donate money.
We are running out of funds. Everybody who has a spare ruble or a crumb of bread must give it up to the Russian Federation Emergency Service, bleed. If you do not, you will be declared a traitor and sent to Gulag, bleed. Give us money.
Moving us on out of that clip, we've also been able to hear that in the Pokrovsk area, the Ukrainian armed forces have also been using their drones to take down Russian drones. Actually, this is a Russian clip, but we'll still show it at the moment. Because it is showing them attempting to take out Baba Yagas, which were conducting resupplies of Ukrainian positions. This has been one of the few times that we've ever seen the Russians actually using their drones to any effect, including this bomber Baba Yaga that they just hit, and it also appears that they're now trying to target and hit Ukrainian UGVs. One thing that you will notice, folks, if you ever get clips from Russia, this is one of the rare ones, they rarely ever hit Ukrainian vehicles or personnel anymore. It's usually some sort of a drone that they're blowing up. Which, when you look at it in that way, they might be blowing them up from time to time, but if they're not killing the personnel that are operating them, the Ukrainians can just build another drone. And the operator can just run the next drone that they get at their unit whenever it's produced, which they produce so many of them, that'll probably be next week. So generally, the Russians are just not doing well by and large, and that's not even a statement that's up for debate at this point. That's just a given fact. I mean, they started an offensive war 4 years ago, saying that they were going to win in 3 days, and now just a couple of days ago, on May 9th, Putin was saying, many people in the West thought we wouldn't survive. Yet here we are. Like, they're the ones that are the victims when they literally started the war. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see the near to the Wheelapal direction. And the Ukrainians have also started to show off in the 475th Assault Regiment their autonomous targeting drones that use artificial intelligence to be able to target and hit Russian forces. Of course, the final kill call is made by a Ukrainian operator, but all of the targeting information, data, and inputs are actually provided by artificial intelligence. And we can see that in this clip right here, as we can see the drone coming on in, keeping its eye on the target, which is a Russian vehicle moving down the road. We see them coming in, easy, bleh. And they hit it. That's actually pretty crazy. This is being completely piloted by AI. The only input by an operator is to hit the target, and that's it. The AI does the rest.
They said, hit the Russian truck, make no mistakes, make it quick.
Man, they said, listen, orders are coming from the top. We're going to increase the numbers. Can you do that? Yes, I can. And then the drone's going, raise the speed. But sir, the drone, safety first. That's what I've been saying for 20 milliseconds. So when I say hit the truck, I mean hit it. But man, I mean, these things are like scarily effective. Like, they do not miss.
Yeah, they really don't. I know what the lines are all about on the screen. They're popping up and jumping around. It's like, what is that?
Must be something for input, like, for it to be able to correct its inputs to make sure that it's still remaining on target. I don't know how they're working, though, because they seem to be rather erratic.
Yeah, very erratic, actually.
It's an odd system. I just don't really know how to explain how it works, but it sure as hell is working. I mean, we can see it hitting multiple Russian vehicles over the clip, so it is working. We just don't know how exactly that system truly functions. But moving us on out of all of this news, that is every single bit of news that we had from around the world for this day. Y'all have made it to the end of the news. And I gotta say that we are massively appreciative once again of so many of y'all having joined us tonight, and I hope that y'all truly have enjoyed this news over the course of the show. We have seen that there was a peak viewership tonight of 16,500 people, and 100,000 people have watched this stream over the course of 2 hours and 10 minutes. I gotta say that we're entirely grateful and massively appreciative to each and every single one of y'all once again for watching, because each and every single one of y'all gives something valuable to this show every single night, which is your time. People don't have a lot of time in a day, and the fact that a lot of people just gave 2 hours and 10 minutes of your time, which is roughly about roughly 10% of a day, to watch the news from the show. We're greatly honored for that. And we also got to thank everyone as well who's been massively supporting the channel through Super Chats and on Patreon, because y'all help us to make this channel financially possible for the millions of people who give their precious time to be able to listen to the news from this channel. And I hope that we've been able to do y'all a great honor and a service once again by making sure that the news is as accurately sourced, reported, and also analyzed as it can be. And with that in mind, we're about to be moving on to the second segment where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all and thank y'all for giving your time and your support to this channel to help this news to remain possible. And we will be able to talk about literally anything and everything, except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not, of course. That's one of the most contentious topics. But nevertheless, it is time for us to move on into that question segment. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so it's now time for the highly coveted question segment, the final part of the stream, of course, where we answer all the remaining super chats, live chats, and Morse code decoders. And tonight we have some really good questions. So without further ado, let's jump straight into our next super chat here. And this one goes to Don D. And thank you very much, Don, for that $50 support as well. And we do appreciate that. It's very generous of you. And Don said, yeah, my super chat works. And my coffee fund for the brothers.
Hey, and I thank you so much, massively, for the support, Don D. And have people been having trouble with the super chats tonight? Because I think
I've been seeing people say over the past week or so, they've been saying things like it doesn't work or something like that. Usually, there's two problems that usually happen when people have problems with the super chats. It's either they have a VPN turned on, which will apparently not allow you to put it in a super chat for some reason, or they're putting in a word that YouTube doesn't like and they censor it out of the super chat and won't let them send it. I wish YouTube would give like some decent feedback to the people trying to put those in, because I think it just sends back an error code, which at least people are guessing about what went wrong. So if y'all have a problem with super chats, it's probably what's causing it.
Yeah, I have to say, I guess that must be it, because that's really odd, because that's the first super chat I've seen tonight that's mentioned that. But super chats are mentioning that here and there all the time, almost every day at this point, about how there's an issue, and I hate to hear that. And I'm sorry that folks have been having issues with that. Unfortunately, there's not really a lot we can do about it, because that's usually a YouTube end sort of a thing. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running, Don D. And thank you for the coffee fund. I mean, coffee is getting pricey these days, like very pricey, and so that is greatly appreciated, because it helps us to keep the coffee coming and to help us to keep rolling. And I got to tell y'all today, folks, I went to Starbucks and I got a nitro cold brew, and then I went to the Bell Canyon to go on a hike. And I don't know why I checked the weather, and I don't know why it didn't tell me this, but when I got there, I got in this parking lot right here, went up the trail all the way up here to the lower reservoir, made it down to here. There's a bench right there, and I sat on that bench, and I looked up at the mountain, and no joke, folks, right over here at the peak, the storm literally just rolled right over the top of the mountain, and you could just see the rain like coming down up there already. And I was like, oh crap. I was like, I'm going to get caught in this. So I started to try and make my way back, and the wind was blowing at like 60 miles an hour, like 60 and 70 mile an hour gusts. It was literally blowing up the dust off of the trails and everything, the dirt and all. And then it started to drizzle. It wasn't really like a heavy rain, but the wind was extreme. And I was like, dang. I was like, I shouldn't have gone out here today. I should have known better, folks, because it drizzled in the city earlier, just like a few hours before that. And I was like, that's probably just a light drizzle. It's an arid environment out here. I'm sure it's not going to rain again. And then it just rolled right over the top of that mountain. But it was really cool, though. I mean, it was a beautiful day out today outside of that. And also the heat, like, I don't know if you've seen this, Matthew, but the heat's actually making all the flowers bloom. So now there's a load of wildflowers all along the trail up to the lower reservoir.
Yeah, it was not a good day to go hiking today. The wind was so bad, it almost blew my house down. The wind was so bad. Like I had to literally get up and make sure the window wasn't about to like bust in on itself. It's like that. It was literally the window. Literally, I could have sworn it flexed inward, and I could literally I felt the whole building shaking. I was like, what the hell is going on? You could literally hear it. Like it was so loud. It must have been like 60 mile an hour gust or something like that. But yeah, I was like, dang. And then I looked outside and there was like dust flying everywhere. It was a real scene.
So I actually took 2 pictures. I only took 2. Usually I take a lot more whenever I go on a hike because I like to I have an all trails account and I like I keep my everything on it private, but I like to put little pictures and like a review for myself on each trail, kind of like a little photo album to remember all the hikes I go on. So I took only 2 today because the wind and the storm happened so quick. I didn't get to take any pictures of the reservoir actually. So I'll show you all the 2 pictures. Matthew can follow along in the Discord if he wants, but I took this picture of some of the wildflowers that were blooming on the side of the trail. It looked really nice. I was like, oh, look at that. I was like, wow, those are really pretty. And I took pictures of them. And then I also took a picture of what the storms looked like out there over the city. Because it all came rolling right over the mountain in one fell swoop, and it was moving pretty quick. By the time I made it back down to the parking lot, it was basically over again. And I was like, damn, I was like, I could have stayed up there. Because it was just strong winds and a drizzle. I mean, it wasn't extremely bad. I mean, we've dealt with worse in the South. I mean, a wind like that comes around every tornado or every tornado warning, so it's not too bad. But I mean, it was.
Did you see any snick?
I saw no snick this time. Oh, dude,
No
we
snick.
didn't tell them about Donut Falls.
Oh yeah. Also, by the way, I was going to say, watch out for snick because I saw some people posting pictures of the Great Basin rattlesnakes. They're definitely out. They're on the trails that we hike too. Somebody was taking pictures of them on the one you went on today, and also I saw some people taking some pictures of them on the Bonneville Shoreline Trail too. They're definitely out.
Hold up here. Mandy, I gotta get these pictures and show them to the folks of the Donut Fall because we never showed them these pictures, did we?
No, I don't think we did. I don't think we even talked about them there.
No,
Actually,
I don't think we did.
You almost stepped on snick up there at Donut Falls. You stepped on the thing where it wasn't a rattlesnake.
Yeah, when you said watch out for snick, I was like, oh yeah. I don't know why my voice is cracking so much these days, folks. I think it's just stress, but like not stress on my like on my mind, but stress on my voice because my voice is like cracking and popping all the time now. But outside of that, we went to this place called the Donut Foss, and we went all the way up this trail, which is called the Mill D North Fork Trailhead. Or the Donut Falls Boardwalk, or whatever this is. It's called the Donut Falls Trail, specifically. Because I was like, wait a minute, Mill D North? Why in the world is every trail in Big Cottonwood, Matty, called Mill something, north or south?
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember. The one we went on, the Donut Falls one, I can't remember. It was like big something. Like, I can't remember what the hell it was called. There was a name. I can't recall the sign, what it said, though.
Which one?
The one for Donut Falls, it had another name too. It was like big something.
I just see Donut Falls Trail here on the map. I never saw a big something. Are you talking about like Cardiff Fork Trail, the one that split off from this?
Right, you said, bro, your phrasing on that was awful. Yeah, I think it was this one right here. I think I can't remember the real name of it though. There it is, right there, bro. Mill D South Fork.
Bro, I mean, we literally just talked about that though.
I don't know if that's actually it or not, though.
And that doesn't have big in the name anywhere. What the hell are you talking about? Like, man, there's a big something. Man, it's like, no, there's no big something.
You said, I didn't see a big something when I was out here. I was like, bro, that phrasing is awful.
Man, I'm not going to lie, though. Them gophers was kind of cute.
Yeah, there's actually, we're not gophers. Those were ground squirrels, actually. That fellow misidentified them.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I put into AI and it told me it was a ground squirrel, definitely. And also, those weren't chipmunks either. Those were another variation of ground squirrel.
Bro, what type of BS is that? They were clearly chipmunks. I mean, like, they literally looked like them. Well, I mean, dude. Well, yeah, that is a ground squirrel. Yeah, that's exactly what we saw. But, what about...
That's it.
Let's see, chipmunk. Of course, the species of chipmunks are fairly, like, ubiquitous across America, but I'm just going to put in Utah chipmunk. A Weentah chipmunk.
That kind of looks like what we saw, but the problem is the stripe didn't continue on to the face of the ones that we saw. That's where it could have been a chipmunk, maybe, possibly. Maybe they might have been chipmunks, maybe up closer to the Donut Falls area. It might have been chipmunks, but those other ones were definitely ground squirrels.
Yeah, I would have to agree. But I mean, there were a lot of chipmunks up there at the Donut Falls. But anyways, I got to get you all to the pictures of.
Wait! Somebody said pick it up. Do not pick these up. By the way, that's how you get hantavirus. Yeah, they also carry hantavirus too. So definitely do not pick up these ground squirrels or don't touch them either. They look cute, but don't touch a wild animal. Like you don't know what you're gonna get.
if you pick
It's like
up
a
one,
box of chocolates. Life is like a box of chocolates. You might get hantavirus or plague.
when you pick one of these up, well, this calls it the plains pocket gopher. That's exactly what we saw right there.
Yeah, it could be.
But anyways, if you pick one of these up, folks, these things actually are still carriers, no joke, of the bubonic plague. So you might pick one of these up and go, huh, I'm feeling kind of medieval. Like, or you might pick one up and feel like racing to a landfill and then like writhing in rat shit. You know, like you never know, but don't touch them. Like, just don't touch them. You know, not a good idea. But outside of that, Matthew, if you want to follow along, I put 6 of my best pictures of the trail down in the Discord chat. So I'm starting with the first one on the top left and then just working my way through them because they're systematically going through the whole length of the trail to the top. So starting with our first picture, this is the very entrance of the trail at Donut Falls. And there's the little boardwalk that y'all just saw on the satellite picture, which is what we walked down to get to the trail and back. It was so beautiful, folks. It was something like 78 degrees up here, which was fairly hot. And today was actually quite hot too. Also, luckily, Matthew, the temperature is going to be dropping back down into like the 50s and stuff at the highest for like the rest of the week. So it'll be great hiking weather. And also the snake won't be so active. But this is the start of the trail. Once you walk up the trail a little bit, you get to this beautiful view right here. Look at that. This is the second picture, Matthew, if you are following along.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And it's beautiful. The trail was so nice. Honestly, folks, I don't know what it is about the Wasatch Mountains, but it feels like if Disney made like a giant theme park that felt like the forest, this would be what that looks like. Like the trail is like perfect, like the dirt is how you would imagine it to look like in like a Disney film, like a little cartoon or something. The trees are beautiful, the mountains are beautiful. I mean, look at that snow-capped mountain right there. It's beautiful. And then I think what was flying overhead right there was either a 747 or an A380 because it was 4-engine and it was massive. Like we both looked up at it. I was like, "Look, Matthew, it's a giant A380." And we looked up at it. The thing was like a bomber up there. It was massive. And then the next picture here shows a little prairie that looks towards that peak. I don't know the name of that peak, sadly, but it was a really beautiful one, and because of the snow and the beautiful weather and everything blooming, it looked really nice. And then further on up the trail, you get this little view. Look at this! It's the creek that leads to Donut Falls. You have to cross this thing, actually, on like a couple of logs that have been laid over the creek, which is very sketch, because they're like about to like flip. All of them are, but you have to kind of like tiptoe across them, sort of. And then you make your way on up the trail to these rocks, and then you have to grab a rope and like rappel like 10 feet down to the bottom. I mean, it's not tough, but I've never done that before, and I'm not good with my feet at all on balance, so that always kind of like worries me because I'm like, I don't want to bust my teeth out or bust the back of my head open falling on a rock, so that's a little worrying. But this was a beautiful sight right here. This looks like it was literally straight out of like a fantasy book, or this is what they would paint on the side of a steam engine back in like the 1870s to evoke ideas of the great frontier and how pretty it is and all. And then
Show them those two pictures. Show them those two pictures I just sent you right there. I just sent you a picture of the literally the death sign right before you get to those rocks, and also a picture of that chipmunk.
well, I got a better one, Mandy. I'm on the last picture, which actually shows you trying to get up to the fall before you decide to turn around. And you're like, no, it's too slippery. I'm not doing that.
Oh dang! I didn't even see myself in that video, man. I blended in like I was camouflaged. I didn't even see myself till you mentioned that.
Bruh, blood was up there like the Taliban. Bruh, he was blending in with the rocks. Man.
That was a death trap, by the way. Like, definitely adhere to that sign back there. Like, you show them a picture of the sign right there at the front. Everyone's gonna be like, "Well, duh, don't pass that." Really, don't pass that sign. There was people climbing up there. I think, in fact, you can see there was one girl trying to climb up there at the top. You can kind of see her a little bit in the background behind the sign. I mean, very dangerous, very dangerous. They have like a rope that goes down like from the rocks. But I mean, it is like obviously there's water running over rocks. There's like algae all over them. They're like really easy to slide off of. Very dangerous.
Matthew, Google this real quickly. How many people have died or been injured on Donut Falls? I'm sure they have a number out there because there is a reason they put up this sign. Like, it had to be because enough people died out here or got hurt that they just put up this sign to, stop people from going up it. But it didn't stop anyone. I mean, like everybody's going up it, and they also like I don't know if the Forestry Service does this or if some random people do this, but there was a rope that was attached to a solid object up at the top where you could use the rope for support to climb up to the actual donut in the falls, which we didn't get a picture of, but it's up there at the top, and it's really cool because it's a donut-shaped hole. at the top of the fall, and the water goes through it, and there's a little cave, like a basin that it gathers in, and then it makes its way down the rest of the fall after that. So it's a literal donut fall.
Yeah, so apparently, some woman in 2014, a 40-year-old woman, apparently fell to her death 100 feet
Ooh.
from the steep rocky trail located above the waterfall. So she apparently fell down the whole thing and died. In 2003, a 22-year-old hiker was killed when a 5-ton boulder came loose and crushed him while
Oh
he's
my
taking a
God.
break near the pool under the falls. Oh my God, that's where we were sitting. Damn. Okay, glad that didn't happen to us. I'd have been the 25-year-old hiker on the news. But also 1990, a man died after falling through the donut hole of the falls. He literally fell through the donut hole of the falls and died. Let's see here. In 2026, a hiker was hospitalized after falling 20 feet down the falls. Like that person was climbing up it. They apparently just slipped and fell down it. 2020, another hiker fell through the donut hole into the cave below, busted their leg and back. Damn, bro. So apparently,
Dang.
no wonder they got the sign up right here. There's people dying left and right.
Dude, we showed up to the damn, like, the Darwin Award prize event here, apparently. Like, they put up the sign and said, "This is the Darwin Award competition. You must find a way to die like a lemming up here, or else you cannot cross the
Yeah,
sign."
bro. I knew better. Like the moment we got up there, I was like, hell no. I gave it a little try and went up there to the little like bottom of it. But after I got off that part, I was like, hell no, this is way too wet right here to be climbing up these rocks. I turned around immediately. I knew better.
But we have to get everyone, Matthew, to the relief picture, which is the second one. We're moving on to it right now. This chipmunk.
There was those things are all over the place up there. They basically that's their home. Basically, is right there at the Donut Fall.
It was like Chipmunk City at the bottom of that thing. There was dozens of these, and they're everywhere, and they have no fear of people. Like they'll literally run across your feet and stuff, and they almost did on us a couple of times and other people, and they just don't care. Like they're just up there enjoying their little oasis that they live in, which is really cool. And also they were really cute looking too, and really curious. It makes you want to pet them, but then you get the plague or Hana virus, which kind of makes you not pet them. But I mean, still a cute little animal. I mean, look at it. Look at that cute little thing. There was dozens. I'm no joke, dozens of them. It's like walking into a Disney movie up there. Like I hate to compare it always to like a Disney movie, but whenever I think of like the wilderness out here, they basically modeled all of like their cartoon wilderness on the West Coast in Disney films from back in the day. So it all looks like that. And like all the little animals are just running around you up there all over the place. And it's like, oh, look at them. So cute. Until they bite you and then you get rabies and then you can't drink water because you're scared of water. And then you die.
And then on the way back out, you almost stepped on the snake right as we were getting back to the parking lot. But I kept saying, look for snakes, look for snakes. And then when he heard, oh, it's like he went flying backwards. And I was like, what the hell? I just, out of the corner of my eye, I saw like a really skinny snake. I was like, okay, it's not a rattlesnake. It looked like some type of like, I don't know what species of non-venomous snakes out here, but it was some innocent looking snake. But still, though, it was a snake.
It was this one. It was literally this one. Exactly. That's exactly what it looked like. And I said, oh, it's a garter snake. And that's what it was. It was this.
Are you sure it's a garter snake?
This is the common garter snake.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's generally harmless. Worse, you can get an infection if it bit you.
It was sitting, folks, perfectly still on the trail. It was sunning on the trail, and because it wasn't moving, for some reason my eyes at this point didn't really notice it. But then when my foot landed like a foot and a half away from it, it started slithering as fast as it could to try and get out of my way. And I looked down and saw it, and I literally went, oh, like, and I just stopped moving, and then it just got off the trail because for the split second there, I thought it had come up on a rattlesnake, and I was about to panic, like if it was a rattlesnake. It was like, this thing did not rattle. It's probably about to pop me. With its fangs, and I was like, I don't want to get bit. But it's non-venomous. Garter snakes are non-venomous, folks. But you never want to get bit by anything, like literally anything. So, just because it's a garter snake doesn't mean, oh, step on it. And also, why would you step on it? Just leave it alone. But it scared the hell out of me. I'll be honest with you all. I was like, got freaked out by it. I was like, oh, and then like after it slowed away, we just kept going. But they're cute. I mean, they're cute for snakes, but I'm not a big fan of snakes. I hate snakes generally. But, anyways. That was our trip to the Donut Foss. And also, let me see if I can show y'all an actual picture of the donut part. Yeah, here it is. This is what the actual donut in the falls looks like right here. and that's also what it looks like from the outside. But we never climbed up there to go look at it. So, unfortunately, we never got to see that. We just saw the falls from the bottom. So, I hope y'all enjoyed our story of our adventure to the Donut Falls and my adventure in a windstorm today. But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of our questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So our next super chat goes to Muddy Paws. And thank you very much, Muddy Paws, for that $50 support. We do appreciate you very much as well for that generous support. They said, with the experience with military equipment, I'm generally interested in your thoughts on the UAP files, especially the ones with so many reports coming out of the Middle East.
I would say that generally the UAP files, I hate to say it, Muddy, because like I don't mean to be a damper on this whole thing, but it is a distraction. Like the whole UFO UAP thing that they're doing right now is a distraction from the war to have people talking about the other stuff. Like, all the clips that we've shown over the years where say, we hit someone with a hellfire and the hellfire just bounces off of the object and it keeps flying. They're trying to generally distract people with that stuff because unfortunately, because they're UAPs, we don't know what they are. They're clearly not made by someone in the Middle East. And further than that, generally my analysis completely ends right there. If it doesn't look like it's actually a threat to the U.S. Armed Forces, which they aren't, because we've never seen any of these systems directly attack anything in the U.S. Armed Forces and damage or destroy any equipment or kill anyone or harm anyone. So as far as the actual existent threat to U.S. Armed Forces, it's non-existent. And then on top of that, it's clearly not of a design or construction of anyone in the Middle East or elsewhere in the world. So then my analysis completely ends. Because whatever it is, it's anomalous. But it isn't posing any existent threat strategically to our forces to be put into any analysis or consideration. And the release of that
it's just the timing. It's just the timing that's messed up with it because there's definitely something to it, like without a doubt. Like there's clearly something up with it. I mean, they have a video of the hellfire bouncing off of one of those UFOs, like you mentioned, but it's just the timing's all wrong. We could have addressed this stuff any other time other than now, but they chose now to address it right in the middle of a very awful war that's going on right now. So it's like, I mean, that we have time after the war's over to start dealing with what the UFOs are. They've been spotting the things for decades, so it's not time to start addressing it now.
And also on top of that, like to explain why my analysis ends right then and there when I'm like, it's anomalous, it doesn't pose a threat, is because we don't know what it is. Like, we have no, like, I'll have to be honest, we just have no clue. And I'm not, like, as far as trying to find an answer for something, I like to try and find an answer for most everything that we find out there that's worth talking about. But whenever there's never an answer to be found, like on those things, because we just don't know what they are, my analysis ends there. And, speculation is always fun. Because, it can go anywhere and it can get really fascinating and interesting with what we can come up with in our imagination. But as far as realistic analysis, there's not really a lot farther for me to go because it's like, it just bounced to hellfire. Clearly this thing isn't of a design of anyone on this planet. But beyond that, I just don't really know what to do with it. So, like, it gets kind of like thrown in the mental bin in my head, and I'm like, oh, if there's any other information that comes out on that, we'll revisit it. But for now, I got to go analyze and focus on other things that we can have answers to, and we can analyze and figure out some information on. So I would say I actually don't really have a lot to say on them for that reason. But I'd also say that the timing of this release is very much to distract the public, which I find to be quite disingenuous, because they could release this after the war was over, or they could have talked about this before the war, but they decided to strategically release it once economic pressure is starting to build on the United States and the U.S. public as a result, and then they want to release that to have people look towards that file release instead of what's happening with the war, and divert attention from what's going on, which isn't good. So I do thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that the best I can. But generally, I just don't really have a lot to say on UAPs, unfortunately. And I hate to say that because I know you would love for me to have an answer. I just sadly don't. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Brennan Norton, and thank you very much, Brennan, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that as well. They said super chats work, and thanks for the last 3+ years. And Marmot and the tiny post up on the hill all the way in LSA.
Oh,
Marmot was on his tiny post, and he was getting pounded.
Man, that guy had a generational lock-in. Like, bro, like he was about to die.
He
up
really
there.
did. He was thinking about some heinous stuff in his mind to get stopped to laugh.
I'm telling you. But a big thanks to your support, Brendan Norton. And you know, that's one thing we haven't seen yet on our travels is a marmot. And I'm wanting to find one because they're out here. There's a lot of them out here in Utah. I haven't seen one yet. But once we see one, we're taking a picture of it, folks, because that is the official animal. Well, actually, we have two official animals at this point. It's the honey badger and the marmot, but that is one of the official animals of the LSA. And I got to say, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying the last 3 years. 3 years, let's see, that would be 900 days, roughly, or so. Actually, it'd be more than that. It would be like 1,100, I would assume, probably. And that's quite a lot of days. That's a load of days when you think about it. And I got to thank you so much for being here for all of those days and enjoying it so greatly. I hope that we've been able to bring a great deal of enjoyment to a lot of people and also a lot of news that y'all don't get from elsewhere. Because I know this for certain. We cover things that mainstream news does not cover. And I hope that a lot of people have been enjoying that over the past few years because y'all have probably been getting a better scoop of what's going on around the world here than you would from any other mainstream news organization. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it's addressed that incredibly well, and your support helps to make that kind of a fact of life possible, that we cover things that basically no other news organization covers. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, Brendan Norton just said in the live, he said, I was totally thinking the badger. It's whatever you guys zoom in and out on, LOL. No, you're right. It is the marmot. That's the marmot that we keep zooming in and out on, by the way. It's just a really bad painting. You can't tell really what the animal is, but it's technically a marmot. That was some artist's rendition of a marmot, a very poor one, but it became somehow a thing, a staple on the channel, that marmot right there. So yeah, it's the pitiful looking marmot with the spitting blood too. Because I don't even know what the red paint's about.
Also, by the way, do we have breaking news coming out at this moment?
We do have some breaking news, by the way. And right now, the breaking news is this. China has just threatened the United States in the midst of the meeting. Here's what's coming out of China right now. It's that apparently people are quoting Xi Jinping. Apparently, he's made a vague threat toward the United States. He says, China-U.S. ties can be dangerous if Taiwan not handled well. And apparently, let's see here. So I'm going to read y'all what the little snippet says right here. It says, on the morning of May 14th, Chinese President Xi Jinping held talks with the U.S. president on a state visit in Beijing. Xi Jinping emphasized that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If handled well, bilateral relations can maintain overall stability. If handled poorly, the two countries will clash or even clash, pushing the entire China-U.S. relationship into a very dangerous situation, as he calls it. Taiwan independence and peace across the Taiwan Strait are incompatible. Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the greatest common denominator between the China and the United States.
Between the China?
That's what they said. It might have been a translator, like, mixing up Mandarin and English.
Oh, we need peace because it'd be great for the China and for the United States. But beyond that, oh man. Well, I mean, well, folks, let's say they're uniting, they're marrying two concepts under their non-war military activities. There are three concepts, mind you all, is diplomacy, united front, and also low-level coercion. So now they're marrying the concept of united front and low-level coercion together. So they're threatening possible future conflict over the fact that the United States isn't on a united front, only recognizing China and completely delegitimizing Taiwan. I'll tell y'all, folks, if that's what they're saying right now, I hate to tell y'all, I have a feeling that the president's about to be played for a sucker here in a minute. He's probably, China's big, Taiwan's small. I can already hear that coming around, so we'll probably see that in a minute. And if that's the case, God help us, because there goes another whole theater that we're currently involved in that's very important. There's three: Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. And we're kind of screwing ourselves over in Europe. We are actively screwing ourselves over in the Middle East, and we're about to screw ourselves over in East Asia if we fall for that. I mean, that's a silly trick right there. We ought to say, Thank you for your time, but we just realized we had something important to deal with at the White House. We'll see y'all around. Thank you for your time, and just leave at this point. Because they're going to start getting into low-level coercion like that in actual statements made to us while we're in China. There's no point in even talking to them at this point. It's clear where they stand, and it's clear where we stand, and there's no reason in continuing this meeting. But I'm sure it'll continue nonetheless.
Watch them leave. Watch the United States leave with bad like now if they end up leaving and end up on worse terms with China than we were previously. I mean, I wonder if it's possible for the meeting to go so badly that it actually does more harm than it does good at this point. I wonder if that's a possibility.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. There's two possibilities right now, folks, because of what China just said. Neither of them are good. Either we escalate tensions, which isn't good because that might force our hand to have to deal with China quicker than later, which won't be good for now because we just tied ourselves up in Iran and wasted a lot of valuable munitions there. So we might not be ready to go up against China in the immediate future. It might be in the near future. Or we are going to start bending the knee to the Chinese and growing economic relations with China, which makes it, when it comes to pass, that we have to choose between Taiwan and China. Our decision is going to be a lot more painful if we pick Taiwan because the economic fallout is going to be even larger than it would be right now. Either one of those isn't good. And from what we're seeing, because the president decided that it was a good idea to go talk to the literal leader of the enemy's sphere of influence, the Chinese have now just put us in a situation where we're either going to raise the tensions and probably not be ready for the war because it's going to happen so soon, or we are going to build our economic relation with them to where it's harder for us to boot them to the curb and support Taiwan if it comes to that, which it will at some point. So
Yeah. Also, by the way, there was some U.S. person that went over there, some official. They went over there and they said some dude like in some shady looking like suit and outfit and stuff like that like brushed up against them, and all of a sudden his phone started like glitching and making all these weird noises and stuff like that after the guy brushed up against him. So he said it was probably just a glitch.
oh, that ancient Chinese malware. Like, that's a really,
I'm joking.
truly.
I'm joking, by the way, folks. I'm joking. Thankfully, they left all their personal devices behind. I was mentioning that last night because, of course, you do not take any personal device into China ever, ever. I mean, it's dangerous to even leave it on the plane. They can bring up stuff on the runway, on the like the apron and stuff like that, and they can try to start scanning devices even from outside the plane. So, very dangerous to bring devices in there at all. So I'm not sure if they left them on Air Force One, they left them behind in America. I'm not sure where they left them, but thankfully they didn't take them actually into China.
I got it on my signal. Yeah. Like in China's might be like, that signal be divine. Man, like they're gonna be like, damn, it's good. We just got everything we need. But I gotta tell y'all, lordy, lordy, they gonna get us in a bind. I tell you what. Because it sounds like China just pulled the ultimate move that it's going to make this turn out bad for us either way, because there's no way for us to just come out of this with it being a photo op now. Either we got to raise the tensions and raise the heat, or we got to try and appease them. Either way, that ain't going to turn out well for us. So, seems to me, folks,
It's really wild. It's really wild though, isn't it? It's like this so far has gone sort of interesting. First of all, the U.S. went to China, so that's already we're going to their home turf. Like we need something from them. Also, Xi Jinping. I see people saying it's not normal protocol for Xi to go meet people at the airport. It may not be for like smaller countries, but this is the United States showing up to China in the modern day in a very precarious time. It seems like Xi could have shown up to the airport, since there was a whole there was lower level Chinese ministers that showed up to the situation, but Xi was not there. They could have made an exception for the U.S. president showing up, but they didn't. And then, of course, the U.S. president went to go shake Xi's hand when he finally did meet him at the meeting place. He went to go shake his hand, and the president tried to do that little yanking trick with Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping just yanked his hand back, and that didn't really go the president's way either. So it's clear what Xi Jinping is trying to do. He's trying to basically punk the United States to a certain degree, and now it sounds like he's trying to push around the United States, kind of like the U.S. did to other countries when we bring them to America. China's doing our own trick to us.
I gotta say, man, I remember, folks, it wasn't long ago, it was a couple of weeks ago, we heard about this and we said, maybe it's not a good idea to go over there. Maybe we ought to just cancel that. No, they can't listen to common sense up there in Washington, folks. They gotta be, they gotta be top, like a village is missing its idiots out there somewhere, and they're currently in Beijing, because I don't know who in the hell thought someone did, and we all know who, that it'd be a great idea to go to China at this moment in time right now, so that way they can put us on the spot like this. And no matter how it goes at this point, it's not going to turn out well for us. This is. Well, anyways, we beat that one into the bush, I feel. I think it's obvious how this is not going well. So with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than C146, who puts in a $21 support. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well. And they said, what are your thoughts? Sorry, that was just to make me chuckle when it's read. Oh, he said, but all your thoughts are valid and meaningful. And give me number 3, Hat.
Give you number 3. Well, YouTube gives that out. We actually don't get to control that one, sadly, on who gets like the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 title in the chat. YouTube, I think, does that through a combination of how much you interact with the chat and how much you super chat. That's what we've generally seen kind of like tabulates that score. But outside of that, I got to thank you so much for the support, C146. And what are your thoughts? Like, and it's a famous line. It's a famous line at this point. And I got to thank you so much for saying that our thoughts are valid. Yo, that's valid and meaningful. Yo, that's meaningful. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be on air giving any thoughts at all. We just wouldn't be able to run a show. And so I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it was not for folks like you, this whole thing wouldn't be a reality for us to give any ideas or thoughts. And I hope that we give our ideas and thoughts from reasonable, rational positions. A lot of people don't like that sometimes, but that doesn't matter. Hopefully, they're just still reasonable and rational nonetheless. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
You know, it's wild right now. All the headlines are like being dominated by Xi Jinping warns U.S. president that differences over Taiwan could bring war with China, reports Chinese state media. If the U.S. leaves out of there and starts making deals with Xi Jinping, I think the way China set this up is it'll make it look like Taiwan's been abandoned. If the U.S. comes out of there and doesn't say anything about that, that seems to be the trick that China's trying to pull right now, it looks like. And those headlines are all over the place right now. So China specifically, and this is being reported by Chinese state media, so they're the ones putting it out, and they're wanting to put that out on purpose during the meeting. So it looks like they're bullying around the U.S. president for the large part. So that is interesting. But moving into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to none other than Ulf Hednar, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Ulf Hednar, for that support.
Hey!
And they said, what if Pakistan was to sign an alliance with Iran and provide them protection under their nuclear umbrella and place a few in Iran under Pakistan's command? And would that be good middle ground for Iran to give up making a nuke?
I mean, in that kind of a premise, not really, because if we have to go to war with Iran again, now Pakistan is diplomatically obligated and militarily obligated to defend Iran with their nuclear weapons against us. So basically, at that point, we're nuclearizing Iran against us, which wouldn't really be a good compromise because we generally don't want Iran to have any nuclear protections for the current Islamic regime. So I would say most likely not. Generally, the nuclear topic is a non-negotiable one with Iran. This is in violation of international non-proliferation treaties, and we generally do not want to see nuclear proliferation under any circumstance, especially for terrorist regimes and terrorist states like Iran, which support and sponsor terrorist forces around the region. At that point, if they're extended any form of nuclear protections, whether it be by an umbrella or by their own design, we're now stopping a terrorist state from being directly attacked because now they're nuclear armed to some extent, whether it's directly or indirectly. So I would say most likely not. But I do thank you incredibly for the support, Ulf Hednar, and that's definitely thinking in a direction of trying to find a way to see that the Iranians might be appeased. But I have a feeling that that wouldn't even appease them, even if that was presented to them as an option. I have a feeling they would still be saying that's not acceptable. We're going to do what we want, and we don't even want Pakistan's nuclear umbrella. We want our own. Because that seems to be their position that they're taking right now, and they have not budged off of that an inch. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, if you haven't seen that Fox News reporter over there in China, he was so amazed by the fact that China's surveillance system gave them a parking ticket like in a matter of just a couple of minutes after parking in the wrong spot. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
Man, it's like, well, yeah, it's like so China's a surveillance state. It's like that's the way they work. They were acting like they were shocked about that. Like, can you believe it? They give a parking ticket to your phone in less than like 5 minutes. It's like, well, yeah, it's because they like have a million cameras everywhere. It's like they're watching your every move. They know when you leave your apartment. They know when you get in your car. They know when you're walking to a restaurant. I mean, they know everything about everybody in China.
I mean, yeah, like their cameras these days are actually made to be able to sort out your face, the emotions you're going through, where you're heading, like a whole bunch of information about you just from the cameras that are in public places, all over the place. As a matter of fact, that's like, and man, honestly, man, knowing that that's a Fox News reporter, they're probably clicking in their head, "Hey, we need that." Like, it's like, man, they're gonna probably start saying that on their channel. But man. Oh man, I can already see it. The President of the United States needs this authority so that way we can weed out the people that don't agree with us. Like, it's probably coming around to that one. Because, these days, folks, instead of looking at authoritarian countries, in the political sphere in America and going, oh, that's disgusting. We should never be like that. Now both political parties, whenever they're in charge, they're racing to become that at this point. Like, oh my God, we can't let the other political party think freely. They need to be oppressed. Quick, like make a surveillance state. That's how all of them think these days. But, and it's honestly kind of sad. It's something that we're laughing at, but it's really a tragedy. But beyond that, though, that's kind of wild. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, by the way, Ulfhead and I hope we addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Garrett once again, and thank you very much, Garrett, for that $10 support. He said, in a world where the current admin doesn't speak straight on what's going on and where China is, China, where can we actually determine what information to trust and what is expected? I mean, generally, you just have to verify with multiple different sources. These days, it's good to double check everything. Like, it's not wise to take public official statements at face value anymore. It was never really wise to do that anyway, but especially not these days. It seems to be that lying about pretty much everything has become the norm. It used to be they used to lie about the big ticket stuff, and then they would let all the other stuff that's more mundane. They would just be honest about it. But now they lie about basically everything. I mean, they'll lie about stuff that doesn't even matter just for the hell of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's pretty true. They'll lie about anything these days. Everything's always the biggest, the greatest, the best it's ever been. Bad statistics are good. Good statistics are amazing. Nothing's ever bad. Everything's perfect. And if you ever say that it's not, you're a liar and a traitor and you deserve to be executed possibly for it, which is the position that's taken on basically every statement these days, which is really crazy and insane when you think about it, that we've kind of come around to that. But outside of that, though, generally you just gotta check everything, like Matthew was saying. Matthew kind of hit some of the points before I could hit them, but generally you gotta check everything and just double check it. And also, one thing that's very important is never, and I mean never, take a government statement at face value. If the Secretary of Defense says that the military is the strongest it's ever been, take that statement with a grain of salt. If you hear the President of the United States say that the biggest and greatest and best thing has ever happened, assume that it's the worst thing that's ever happened, because that's basically what it always comes down to with him. He'll say that everything's amazing and great, and then nothing is. If you ever hear anyone in the Congress say something like, something is great and fine and it's fantastic, or even if it's terrible and demonic and it's going to rip the whole country apart, don't listen to that at all. Basically discredit all of that. None of that's true. Real life is wildly, and I mean wildly, mundane as it unfolds for the most part. And that's not really exciting for a lot of people. That's also why people seek out the sensational, because they're trying to find something that gives them a little bit of that rush and makes it seem interesting. But in real time, everything's quite boring, actually. We can sit here and talk about what's going on with this diplomatic meeting in Beijing and talk about how badly it could go depending on what comes out of it. But in the midst of it happening, it's actually quite slow and boring. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so the first round of U.S.-China talks have come to an end right now. I don't know exactly how long they were talking. I think it was about an hour or so. I think maybe an hour and 30 minutes, something like that. But unfortunately, I did not repost it. We can't show this on the air. We'd be copyrighted pretty much instantly. The U.S. president does not look happy leaving this first round of talks. He has a scowl on his face, and he does not look like he's very enthusiastic anymore about this. Xi Jinping, you never really can tell what Xi Jinping's thinking. He always has this very stoic look on his face, so it's hard to get a read on him. But the president's not looking enthusiastic, definitely not.
Well, I think we all know how that went. Oh, man, these talks shouldn't have happened. Man, it was basically a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. Once you showed up over there, we shouldn't have talked to them at all. We shouldn't have talked to them. That should have been our position, because they're going to support Iran no matter what. So if we were thinking that they were not going to do that and they were somehow going to end the war, that was a pipe dream. That was never going to happen. So it happened as we said it would, from what it appears at the moment right now. But the fat lady hasn't sung yet, folks. So let's wait until the end of it, because we don't know how this is going to go in the next round of talks, if there is one.
Yeah, and also, by the way, the business people were not included in this first round of talks. They apparently were told to go wait somewhere or something. So I guess they were maybe taking a tour, they were waiting or something. But it sounds like it was just the U.S. officials that were in this first round of talks. So it's unclear what's going to happen from here. To be perfectly honest, it's unclear. But yeah, it sounds like it probably hasn't gone well, unless the president is just tired or something, and maybe it looks like that was he's exhausted from the talks. But it's hard to tell.
Man, right now all the CEOs are being taken around by a CCP official. You see, outside of apartment, we set up net to help us to keep workers safe. And then CEOs are going, wow, we should implement that in America. Like, that's a great idea. And you're saying that these guys only get paid $1.30 an hour? Take some notes. Like, they're like, take some notes. We need to see if we can get this back in the States.
Actually, let's see here. Never mind. It's actually not a picture. I thought I had a picture here from them walking out, but sadly I don't. Never mind.
Oh, dang. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes, folks, because it's just the first round of talks. This might get canceled right after this, which would be insane, because basically it was a 24-hour flight for nothing at that point. Or they might go into a second round of talks, and then it gets worse in some way or another. At this point, folks, it's guaranteed to get worse either way. Either we're going to start making significant trade deals with China, which is a very bad idea in the current environment, or we're going to start selling out the Taiwanese. Or we're going to get in some sort of a situation where we're getting a standoff with China right now. And all of those options are not good ideas. So we'll have to see what comes out of that. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And our next question is going to go to Thomas D. Orazio, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Thomas, for that $10 support. He said, is the maglev the future of passenger trains, or is it not practical? And if this takes you too far off topic, feel free to take one from the live chat. And love the work you guys do.
It's not going to take us off topic. It's not going to take us off topic. I'm not going to allow it. Maglevs are a cool idea, but I generally think in their current iteration right now, they're just not viable. In the future, they may be, but there's a whole bunch of issues right now with heat warping, sustained speeds, the kind of precision that's required to be able to set these tracks and operate them, the cost of operations. There's so many things about maglevs right now that just do not make them a viable transportation system, at least for now, where they aren't really be able to be, well, they're not implemented on a massive scale, but eventually they will be, because every single technology always starts in this weird prototypical phase as a larger part of its lifespan. Like, even the railroads that we take for granted right now that move the freight across America, at one point in American history, they were looked at with a great amount of suspicion. The trains would explode often, the rails would come apart, derailments were common, people got injured and killed on them all the time, and people said these things are not reliable and they're not really safe. And yet now they're one of the primary ways we move freight over land. These will eventually catch on at some point, but I have a feeling it's probably going to be like 40 or 50 years in the future from now, because there's just so much that has to be done in so many different industrial sectors to make this even financially viable to be able to do consistently. So I think it has a future. It's just not right now, and it's in a very protoplasmic sort of a phase as a concept of rail travel, but it definitely has a future, that I will say. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And thank you so much for the kind words, Thomas D. Orazio, and thank you for also being around for so long and throwing in a great question. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kurt Glather, and thank you very much, Kurt, for that $10 support. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that, and of course, that does help to keep the channel running with that support, and we appreciate you, Kurt. We also have a 10 from Michelle Gutowski, and thank you, Michelle, as well, for that 10. They said, really appreciate you guys, and I watch every night for real news and insight.
And thank you so much for the support, Michelle. And thank you for watching for real news and insight. I hope that we've been able to do that once again tonight. And I hope that we keep it real on here. A lot of people who are oligarchs that have been around forever, they know that we keep it real on here no matter what. And I hope that we continue to prove that to new people who come in all the time here on this channel, that we keep it real all the time. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Josh Lacey, and thank you, Josh, as well. He said, great stream, gentlemen. Other than Train Simulator, which is awesome, what other video games have you played or enjoyed? Me personally, I think, generally speaking, I like GTA 5. That's a good one. I'm waiting on GTA 6, though. Microsoft Flight Simulator is pretty solid. And also, I do like Forza. And also the Call of Duty Modern Warfare is pretty decent. But I'm not a huge gamer, I'll be perfectly honest. I'm not a massive gamer, and it's been a while since I've really played video games, just because of the sheer volume of news we cover these days. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I used to be a really big gamer, especially back when the channel first started. I was huge into any type of video game. I would play Hunt Showdown, War Thunder, Dead by Daylight, a whole load of horror games. I love horror games. They're really fun, but only when the good ones come out. The rest of them are very mediocre. Let's see, what else? What else? I'm trying to think of some of the other games. City Skylines, Transport Fever 2, Train Simulator, and Train Sim World. A lot of games like that, but generally nowadays, I don't know what it is, but I'm just finding video games to be less and less enjoyable. And now I kind of only play them when either I don't have enough time to do something else, or I'm just kind of tired and I really don't want to do anything else. And then I play video games at this point. And then mostly right now, like, it's just two games. It's just Train Simulator, classic. I don't really play Train Sim World much. Or Squad, which I also play a good amount of recently. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support that just came in from Dunkle X, and thank you very much, Dunkle, as well, for that generous $20 support. He said, howdy, Enforcers, keep up the great work, and thank you, by the way. He said, Matt, I heard you like Forza, excited for the new one in Japan. I've seen that one, by the way. It looks pretty cool. I'll say this, though. The last Forza I played was the one that was based in Mexico, and that one was slightly disappointing just because it felt like the game map was kind of a little bit lazy. I liked the one before that, where it was like based in Britain. It was a very more detailed map with that one. The Mexico one, like, I feel like they kind of like underwhelmed with that one. They could have done better with it. So maybe the Japan one will be better. I like the ones where they have like really detailed cities and Forza and stuff like that. Those are the cool ones to me. But yeah, I'm going to be checking it out though. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I've never played a Forza game really. For some reason I've just never been into those games. It's because I guess it's because I'm not really big into cars. I never really was a big fan of Forza, but I always thought they were cool. Like Matthew would play those games back in the day, and I would always drive around a car in them a little bit. But kind of like how Matthew doesn't get trains, I just don't get the point of the car games. Because, it's like everybody in America has a car. If you want to drive a car, you just literally hop in your car and drive around. So I just never got the concept of them. Because I always found driving around in real life to be basically, Forza. But then again, you can like go gunning over a hill in Forza, and you can't really do that in your normal car. You would total it. But still, a big thanks to you for your support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from C146, who said, OMG, they read them all at once, ha ha ha, and good night, and don't think I'm a crazy person. And I don't think you're a crazy person. I think you're a person speaking your mind. We need more people speaking their minds like this. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, more people like you should exercise their freedom of speech. I think it's an important thing. I think it's a very important thing, folks, that everybody exercises their freedom of speech. This country is built on the freedom of thought. And if you don't exercise your freedom of speech, not here, but everywhere else, you're going to lose your country. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, I saw someone in the chat just say, let's see, it's the car customization. It's very technical and fun. I guess maybe that's the appeal of Forza.
Yeah, you can mod out stuff like that. Like you can take a base Supra and like really like mod the thing out to be like a dragster and stuff like that. So yeah, it's like a really customizable. You can work on the cars. You can race them. I used to play Forza like a couple of years back with some friends and get on there and like mod cars out. You can try to race them and see who's faster. So it's pretty fun with that. Now granted, if you're just driving around the map, that gets boring pretty quick. If you're just driving around the map, but when you do other stuff in it, it gets fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the appeal of it. That would be pretty cool. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. That just still doesn't really intrigue me because, basically in my mind, it's like, is the car white or is it black? And either one's fine with me, and then it's good. Like, I don't put a lot of thought into cars, folks. I just go, does it get from point A to point B economically, and is it in a color that's reasonable? White or black? Either one's fine, and then once you get those things ironed out, you're on your way. That's how I look at cars. It's very utilitarian. It doesn't get into a lot of the details. So I think Matthew and me are like the polar opposites on that, because I can get into a infinite amount of detail on trains, basically no detail on cars. Matthew can get into an infinite amount of detail on cars and none on trains. So I think we're literally the polar opposites on that one. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Right Geek Project. And thank you very much for Right Geek for that $10 support. They said, why is Taiwan worried about these meetings? And will the U.S. change stance on Taiwan so China gives up Iran? And countries visit U.S. when new president is elected. China didn't. So why U.S. so desperately visiting China? And also, by the way, Taiwan better be worried about these meetings because I'm sure Taiwan's watching us closely. If this meeting right here goes the way it's going right now, and the U.S. ends up leaving and strengthening ties with China after China just said that they'll go to war with the United States over Taiwan, that'll look very bad, and that'll probably scare Taiwan to the core at that point. Which honestly, if I was Taiwan, I'd be scared too because the U.S. doesn't have a good track record right now for adhering to alliances. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that Taiwan should be greatly concerned because the current U.S. administration has no concept of how foreign policy operates or any long-term planning. Everything's done at a whim, basically depending on like the hormonal imbalance on that given day. So they should be greatly concerned because they don't know what's going to come out of this. They might come out of this that, the president comes out and goes, Taiwan is small and China is big, so we went with China. And you never know because right now, there is no emphasis by the prior administration or the current one on the first island defense chain. There's no emphasis on semiconductor control, which Taiwan is not willing to give over to the United States, which means that we basically have to die on that hill with Taiwan, because if Taiwan falls, the semiconductors go with them. But they don't understand any of that. So we're playing with fire right now as to whether or not they're going to end up sporadically making a deal that screws us over long term, or if they're going to somehow not make a deal that doesn't screw us over long term, but not even on the parameters that really should be dealt with right now, which is the first island defense chain and the semiconductors. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, as far as China not visiting us, I wouldn't really know. There's some reasons that they may not, but generally it may be because they are trying to start. Well, they're starting to show these days that they don't really care that much. This is not like the United States, basically pays their bills. They're going to pay their bills no matter what. And if the U.S. tries to retaliate, then they'll retaliate back like they did with the trade war last year. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert, as well. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and here's something for the effort.
And thank you so much for the support and enjoying the effort. Now, I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much once again, Robert, because you've been around forever, and we thank you massively for enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than Data Relay, put in a 5. He said, see, this will hold. Substack.
What does that mean?
Well, Substack's the thing where people can post articles. So I'm assuming that's that's the name of a Substack. Somebody's probably writing articles.
That's interesting. I thank you for the support. Technologically, I think this is beyond what I understand right now. I don't know what it is. It sounds simple, but I don't understand it. Have y'all been on the Pokemons? Have y'all pulled up the Googles? But anyways,
I prefer an alpha stack.
Man, alpha stack. Are you an alpha stack? Man, you ain't got no rolly. You ain't got no rolly. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Butchie777, and thank you, Butchie, as well for that £5 donation all the way from
Hey!
the UK, and we do appreciate it as always. No comment to address, but we do appreciate you very much, Butchie, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support, Butchie777, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Ian Mitson, and thank you, Ian, as well. He put in a 5. He said, a gallon of gas from me. And thank you, by the way. He said, do you think China can influence at all Iran to make any compromises? And I guess that's why the American delegation is in China, question mark. Unless the U.S. is willing to make a trade, give up Taiwan in exchange for China relinquishing support of Iran, then I don't think there's going to be any trades happening. So if all of a sudden we see China backing off supporting Iran, you can almost guarantee it that the U.S. has done something sketchy with Taiwan at that point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say Matthew's right on that, but the problem is that even if China backs off of its support of Iran, that doesn't mean that the Strait of Hormuz issue has been resolved, because even if China stops supporting Iran, Iran doesn't rely on any weapons imports from China to be able to continue their blockade on the Hormuz, because most of that stuff is indigenously designed or produced inside of their country. So even if China withdrew support and we just sold out Taiwan for that to happen, that doesn't even guarantee that the situation would actually change with Iran in any meaningful way. So I would say that anything that comes out of China is completely meaningless at this point, and there was no point in even going over there right now. Because now it's forcing our hand into appeasing them or either getting at odds with them. And we really don't want either at this point right now. We just want to keep the situation stable with them, not incense it, and not grow relations with them. We just want to keep it in this weird middle ground that we've had for a while everybody continues to offshore out of China and elsewhere that is a U.S. producer. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from DJ Mad Raiders, and thank you for that support. They said, I just wanted to give something. I can't much. I'm in the process of getting my life back on track. And also, by the way, no problem at all. We appreciate any support. He said, LOT, LSA, and thank you guys very much for what you do. And you two are inspirations.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words. And I gotta say, I hope things work well in getting your life back on track, because it's always important to keep your life on track and to try and have a broader plan. I know, like, generally though, that's always hard. That's always easy said and very difficult done, because my plan in high school was to go into the Army as an officer, and then I found out I had scoliosis, and that became impossible. Even with a waiver, someone's supposed to say, you can have a waiver. No, like, looked into it, they wouldn't allow it. It was literally 1 degree over the waiverable limit, and they were like, yep, that's not happening. So then it became becoming an attorney, and I really didn't like that path, but that was really the only other one. And then this started, and then I just decided to dig into this and stick with it, and here we are today. So it's always hard to really have like a long-term plan, but whatever you have a passion for, it's just best to stick with that and just dig in and get to it, because if you have a passion for it, people will know it, and you'll succeed by that alone for the most part. Hopefully. That's at least our story. Maybe we're lucky that way. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. So also, we got some more information here about the China meeting that wrapped up. We're getting some more anecdotal information. So here's the newest claim right here. This is coming from the White House press pool report from one of the reporters. They said the Trump-Xi bilateral meeting has wrapped up. The pool calculates the meeting lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes. The pool's entry to the temple complex was delayed by nearly half an hour by a lengthy and increasingly intense discussion between U.S. and Chinese officials after a Chinese security official refused to allow a Secret Service agent accompanying the pool to enter the temple compound with his weapon. A compromise was eventually found. So they're saying the discussion was apparently intense during those 2 hours and 15 minutes. So it was not apparently a friendly conversation. It appears to have been a rather heated one, to say the least. So I'm not sure, everybody's definition of heated is a little bit different. Like, some people think a mere disagreement is heated, and some people think shouting is being heated. So I'm not totally sure exactly what that means, but it sounds like it went maybe possibly heated.
You're risking World War III. You don't have the cards. Oh man. We'll have to see. We'll have to find out what exactly happened. But it doesn't sound, from any accounts at this point, also by the pictures that we've finally gotten, that this has gone well. It's sounding like it went poorly already. So we'll have to really find out the details here soon. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Ross, and thank you very much, Ross, all the way down from Australia for that 20 Australian support, and we do appreciate that, as always. And Ross said, so far it seems Tricky Dick did better at U.S. Sino relations than our best property developer and reality TV host, LLT LSA.
You know, it was really something when Nixon went to China. That's like a very famous phrase at this point in America. You know, it's weird, man. Like when you think about it, like everybody knows Nixon went to China. But it's like, why? It's like, why in the world is that the phrase that everybody remembers from then? But yeah, Nixon went to China, and back then there was a lot at play that's different from what it is today. And a lot of people back then, well, a lot of people in hindsight go, "Oh, Nixon's an idiot. He went to China." It's like China was not at all what it is today. China was literally so backwards it was unbelievable. They were still working off of an agrarian society when Nixon went to China. And on top of that, they had just started to get at odds with the Soviets badly. I mean, they were in actual border skirmishes in Manchuria with the Soviet Union, and several hundred border guards on both sides were dead as a result. So Nixon was like, "Oh, look at that." He was like, "They're all killing each other. Let's go over there and try and get China on our side." And he did. So, if you ever go back and look at cultural references right after that, during that period of time, like, for example, Red Dawn, in that hypothetical scenario, they actually said that China fought alongside the U.S. and NATO against the Soviets because that was the actual foreign policy climate at the time, and that was a very plausible sort of an outcome. Problem is that afterwards, a lot of presidents started to really take that strategic alliance that Nixon made and then started to turn it into an economic one. And that started in earnest under the Clinton administration, but was generally pioneered under the Bush administration in the early 2000s. That's when we started to see that there was a significant amount of offshoring that started to happen in China. In Clinton's administration, it was more of a trickle, but the gates had been largely open for anybody to go over there. It's just that nobody was going over there just yet. But then they started to see that the cost competitiveness was massive, especially on the globalized scale. And so that's when all of the offshoring started in a flood during the early Bush administration. And that's why we're where we are today. And that's also why China ended up becoming an economic power, a major economic power. I wouldn't say a superpower because they're about half the size economically that we are. So they're definitely not superpower level like us, but they're definitely major power level without a doubt. And that's why they turned into that, is because all of these U.S. companies offshored over there. It gave them the industry and the wealth base they needed to start building themselves out in every direction, and that's why China is what it is today. I would say that generally that passive action that was conducted over multiple administrations to turn China into an economic ally was a significant mistake. At best, we should have kept them as a strategic ally and then waned that cooperation once it became clear that China's interests and ours were at an impasse. Instead, multiple administrations just allowed for offshoring to continue in China without really putting any hamper on that or slowing it down or reversing it, seeing that we were at an impasse with them. And now we're where we're at today, which was a mistake. But a big thanks to you for the support. I'm helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that has addressed that the best I can, because that was actually a really good question right there. And so a humongous thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Grand Moff Clubby. Thank you as well, Grand Moff, for that 10. They said that these U.S.-China talks concern me. On another topic, if you two have the time, or if there's a rainy Monday, try AFK Journey on mobile. I see it a time killer, they say. LOTLSA and long live the Empire.
And thank you so much for the support, Grand Moff Clubby. And I gotta say, it does concern me as well. I hope that this is, it's already been fumbled, really, if we're being honest, but hopefully it's not going to be fumbled too badly. Outside of that, though, all of that aside, I'll have to look into that game. I don't really play a lot of games on my mobile phone. I generally play games on PC, on this very one that we run the stream on. But I'll have to look into it, because I always do find some mobile games interesting, and they are quite fascinating. So big thanks to you for support, Grand Moff Clubby. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mark Dixon, and thank you, Mark, for that $5 support, and we do appreciate that very much, as always, from a longtime channel legend. And we also have a 5 from Mr. Personality. He said, towards Matt's coffee fund only.
Hey,
And also,
what the
just for
hell?
context, why he said that is because he was shocked that I replied to him in the live chat, because people don't know it, and also other streams don't do this, but if you tag me in the live chat, I respond to everybody. So we don't ignore anybody in the live chat, unless somebody's like trying to like take a jab at us or something like that, or like try to be nasty with us. I don't ignore anybody in the live chat. So he was shocked. So that's why he did Matt's coffee fund only right there. He wasn't taking a jab at the enforcer.
I was like, what the hell?
What say you?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm up the creek without a paddle then. Like, I don't have no caffeine. How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to talk? How am I supposed to strain my voice every night to the point I can't speak, like right now? How am I supposed to do that? Oh, man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Mr. Personality. He said, so my wife and I just switched from K-Cups to pure ungrounded coffee beans and wondering your guys' takes on the matter. And I do whole bean. I used to do K-Cups for a while, then I did an espresso for a while, and the one thing that I love the most is the whole beans and grinding them up, and then obviously brewing the coffee, like drip coffee. That's the way I do mine. That's the best way to do it, in my personal opinion. Also, the K-Cups are too expensive. It's not cost effective. But Enforcer, what say you?
Also, K-Cups just don't have the flavor like that ground coffee can even bring, but whole bean is the best. I'm also a whole bean believer. I believe in the whole bean, and the whole bean is good. I really do enjoy a nice cup of coffee. Black coffee, no cream, no sugar, just whole bean brew before the show. So I'm also in that category as well. I haven't really done ground coffee, but I have heard that ground coffee and the percolator can really do some wonders and is some of the best quality. Yeah, percolator.
Yeah, I know about those percolators. Those are a little bit like hard to clean.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, but I've heard that they've graded the best quality coffee out there. It's just, it's the maintenance that really makes that not worthwhile. But still, I mean,
I knew somebody that called the percolator coffee. They said they're going to make some perk. I was like, I don't know if you want to call it that. That's why I kind of like laughed when you said that. I thought about that joke. It wasn't a joke to them. They thought it was actually being like sensible to say, yeah, I'm going to go make some perk. It's like, no. It's like, that's coffee. Let's just call it coffee.
Man, they get pulled over by the police. You've had anything to drink tonight, ma'am? I've only had perk. What?
Oh, okay. That was some perk.
Step out of the vehicle. You put your arms behind your back, or put your hands behind your back. I mean, not your arms. But beyond that, I gotta say, I thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well, Mr. Personality. But I'm one for whole bean. Mr. Bean, as a matter of fact. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than C146W. And thank you very much as well for that support. He said, I looked over the mountain. And who is this person, by the way? Is this some type of joke? What is this?
Hold up. I got to go pull it up. It's the American actor and filmmaker Emilio Estevez.
Oh, I said, I looked over a mountain and it was him. I was like, Emilio.
I hate to say it. I don't get the reference. Do you get the reference?
I don't either. I don't get it. He must have been in a movie where he's behind a mountain or something.
I guess. Well, unfortunately, C146, that went over both of our heads because we're not really in pop culture a lot. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep running. And just because I said that, Matthew, just because I said that, I know what's about to happen, man. It automatically triggers something in someone's head and they're about to ask it. We live in Utah, in Salt Lake City, and I just said that we're not really into pop culture. What is the question that someone's about to ask in the live chat?
I don't know.
Are you Mormon? Someone's about to ask that any minute now. Someone's about to throw that question in. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, while I see in the live chat, C146, he put in another 2 and said, I'm dying. I hope you live. But Enforcer, what say you?
If you live, I hope you have a speedy recovery. If you die, he dies. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with the channel and keep them running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Parbate Potato, and they said, Matt, you should convince Andrew to get an e-bike to ride with you. Any trails for bikes nearby to look at real quick? Oh, and there's a lot of them of nearby. Like there's like mountain biking trails galore around here and stuff like that. I've been to several of them. Sadly, I don't want to call them out because like it's going to give away my general location. I'm gonna start calling out the ones that are really good because that's the ones I usually ride normally. So I sadly won't have to call them out like that. But I don't have an e-bike actually. I have the cheapest Trek that you could buy. It was like a Marlin mountain bike that was on sale. It's honestly solid as hell, like very, very good. It was just slightly more than a Walmart bike, and it's got a warranty with it. It's really well built and stuff like that. It's obviously not a full suspension. It's a hardtail, but it's pretty solid. I've been like ripping the hell out of that thing for the most part. But also, enforce what you laughing at.
Man, I'm just laughing at everybody going, "Are you Mormon?" Like everybody started asking it. I was like, man, they picked up and they all started bandwagoning. I love it. It's funny. But outside of that though, I've actually been considering getting a bike recently. Not an e-bike though. I mean, e-bikes are so expensive. Like entry level is like $3,000. You know, it's insanely expensive. Like you could put like a down payment on a car. Well, not these days with $3,000. But you could have back in like 2020 or 2019. You could have. Not these days though. But outside of that, I really am kind of looking at getting a bike because getting to the mountains, like the Wasatch Mountains, it takes a minute. Like if anywhere in the city, unless you lived in like Cottonwood Heights, which shocker everybody, we do not live in Cottonwood Heights. It takes like 30 to 40 minutes to get there on an average day. So I'm really kind of wanting to get a bike so I can get in my exercise and not have to like ruck it out in some public park, in the blazing heat. Just walking, which honestly is kind of like horrendously horrific feeling on perfectly flat ground. I don't know what it is, folks, but hiking is extremely enjoyable to me. Walking is horrendous. I hate walking, just cannot stand it. Like a park or whatnot. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to try and get a bike, just not an e-bike. Those are just way too expensive. I wouldn't be able to afford one. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
I also have a 5 from C146 once again. He said, still chuckling out loud at my own joke, and you're all just unfortunately along for the ride.
Well, we're honored to be along for the ride. And I think you've asked me the support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Treetop9, and thank you very much, Treetop, for that support. He said, what you experienced is called orographic lifting. I learned about it when I learned about climate and weather in college atmosphere.
That's interesting. And I thank you for the support, Treetop9, and sharing what that's actually called with us. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mr. Personality once again. He said, when will the LSA here Enforcer Matt and Enforcer switch positions for a single stream? I know the people want it. Give it a whirl. Honestly, the closest we'll ever come to that, just because we like it the way it is currently. It's just it runs smoothly this way because, switching up like the roles and stuff like that, it throws us out of our element for the most part because I run everything on the back end over here, and to throw that all on Enforcer, it's going to mess him up, and then to flip, it's like, it gets complicated. But the closest we get to that is on the breaking news streams. On breaking news streams, it's half and half, if not me calling out breaking news more on those for the most part, just because when it's happening fast, it's a lot of breaking news stories coming out left and right. So that's the closest it'll probably get. But Enforcer, what say you?
There was a man who was born in Scotland in the 1700s. His name is Adam Smith, and he was the father of modern-day economics. But one of the most important things that he wrote of was something called the division of labor. And the division of labor is the concept that in a modern industrialized society, or getting near to one, everybody is specialized in their role. And to be honest, I think that if we switched roles, we'd probably end up floundering. Like, not badly, it wouldn't be a horrific show, but it would be very unpolished on all ends. Because I'm used to just yapping for nonstop hours on end. And I'm not used to the back end stuff that Matthew does with the spreadsheets and whatnot. And I don't really know if Matthew would do well yapping nonstop like I do, because it took me a long time to get used to doing this. Huh?
I could run the stream fine personally. It's just it would be a strange thing because I have my own style of doing stuff like that. So it wouldn't be the normal flow that people are used to. I can run a live stream just as good as anybody else, but the catch is though, it's going to be my style though. So people are used to the thing running a certain way, and we've like developed that over 4+ years the way it runs here. So it would probably it'll just feel abnormal. And there's value in consistency. Like there's big value in that. Like for example, like McDonald's food is not that good. I'm not trying to compare us to McDonald's, by the way. That's probably a terrible comparison, but I'm gonna make
But
it
it's
anyway.
consistent.
It's consistent. Like even if the food's not that good, at least it's consistently mediocre. Like people know what you're getting when you go there. I hope we're not mediocre, by the way. That's why I said it's a bad analogy to make, but it's kind of like similar in a certain way.
To consistency wise, it is, but like quality consistency, I would hope is different than McDonald's. Like, I hope to God we're not the McDonald's of news coverage. Like, that would be a shame. But I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep them running. And also, like, truth be told, either one of us could run a stream solo on our own. But like Matthew's saying, you know, we've developed a very fine-tuned system to be able to do it the way we've done it. So it'd be tough to change anything up. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a very generous $50 support from Opie from Florida. And thank you very much, Opie, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that. They said, a long-time listener, and probably since Bakhmut. And apologies for the first-time donation. And also, by the way, thank you very much, by the way. I could have sworn you had donated before, though. But if it is the first time, we do appreciate that. He said, I love the dialect you guys have between each other and don't always agree with the same analysis. Shows multiple viewpoints and points behind them. And question from the chat. And yeah, the reason why we don't always agree sometimes, and these days it's getting more and more rare that we don't agree, because generally, like, there used to be room for debate. Now there's really not much room for debate anymore. Like, things are starting to get to where it's either in American interest or it's not. There's not really much, like, there's not much wiggle room anymore to debate. It's either a bad decision or it's not at this point. But generally it's because my background's in political science. That's why I have a different viewpoint on stuff, and Andrews is in history. So that's why he generally has a different perspective. But Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support and the kind words, by the way. And also, never feel pressured to support the show. Like, you don't ever have to say, sorry, I've never supported the show. That's fine. Like, we're so happy to know that, like, millions of people watch our show every month and they never have to support a dime. I mean, like, you have to basically pay most news companies these days to even read their articles they post online. I'm happy to know that we're able to get news out to folks for free so that we all just know what's going on, because I feel like a well-informed nation is a vital national asset, and that's why we like to be able to make sure that this is free for people to watch if they don't want to support. But outside of that, I'd also had to say that yeah, that's a difference between Matthew and me, is that sometimes we look at things differently. But I feel like even back in the day when we disagreed, we never disagreed on what to do. We just disagreed on how to do it. Most of the time, we're generally lock and step on, like, this would be a good thing to do as a broader image for the country, but how to do that, that's where we would disagree. Sometimes, though, we'd actually disagree on the very thing to do, like the general overarching concept. But I always find those conversations to be interesting, and I always think they're very enjoyable. Some people look at them as like arguments or fights. Matthew and me have a really fun time with them whenever they come up. But nowadays,
yeah, I love debates. I love debates personally. I think they're fantastic. As long, like, with me and Andrew, like, we know our limits. Like, we know what lines not to cross before we end up pissing each other off, like, legitimately. But with other people, though, like, it's hard to, unless you know a person well, it's hard to debate somebody like that, because these days people get very sensitive. Like, if you start disagreeing with them, some people take that, like, instantly to heart, and it gets nasty really quick. I saw that happen yesterday on a geopolitics podcast that I happened to run across yesterday. And in fact, it was the guy that was beefing with me for a minute on Twitter, and he absolutely went berserk. The crazy part is the guy that was hosting it, the guy that was hosting on his YouTube channel, he was being completely respectful to the guy, but that just goes to show you don't know if you're dealing with somebody who's, like, stable or not. So you could have a debate, the person's not stable on the other side, and then all of a sudden it turns nasty, it turns into hard feelings, then it goes all sideways. So that's the risk of just debating random people. You never know if they're going to be basically a nut or not.
Also, on top of that, like, to be completely frank with y'all, usually whenever we have a disagreement like that, we kind of already know that going into the show, because we talk about most of the broad topics of the show before we go live, like little, like, touch points on them. We'll be like, man, that's crazy. And then I'll say, you know, something about my opinion on it, and then Matthew will be like, I don't really know. Or it'll be the other way around, where he brings up the topic, and then I'm like, I don't really know. So then when the topic comes up on air, we already kind of know at least the sentence, like the single sentence of what he thinks and what I think, to be able to get into the debate on it. So we kind of already know a little bit beforehand of what our position broadly is on it. But also, I think it's great to have legitimate discussions on things, in a civil way, like we do here on this channel, because it really brings up a diversity of thought and a diversity of opinion that still is American-centric in looking out for the best interest of the country, but what truly is in the best interest of the nation. I think that those conversations are always some of the best to have, really more so debates, but some of the best to have. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and helping us to keep a unique thing like this alive, so we can do stuff like this, because I think it's great. But a huge thanks to you so much.
I think, I think we've only had one like serious argument that stemmed from the stream where we actually like legitimately got into like a verbal like altercation, like not like throwing punches or anything like that. But I think it was like 2 years ago. It was like back at the beginning of the channel actually, and it was over something mundane. It was like something about like a disagreement about like a fighter jet or something, or it had to do with the Middle East. It was about a fighter. Yeah, that was that. You,
oh yeah,
you still remember it. It got ingrained in your memory.
Well, I remember everything, but like, wasn't it about like I said the Gulf War was a complete coalition victory, and you said it wasn't, and so I pulled up Wikipedia. I was like, this is an unconditional victory. I was like, this literally is a definition textbook victory. Yeah, like, I don't know.
That was the only one where we got into it on the air and got kind of actually like legitimately heated. And then after the stream, we got into a legit argument after the stream about that. It was about the damn Gulf War. I remember it now. It was like 2-something years ago. It was a long time ago, actually. But since then, we really haven't had any more like that. I think after that, we let it like, we were like, we can't keep doing that. We're going to have to just like stop that and let that go. So yeah, this is the only one. Honestly, we could have like fought over like way more serious topics than that, but it was the Gulf War that did it.
Man, honestly, man, I stand on the Gulf War. Like, I love Schwarzkopf. I love what he did. So when you were like, I don't think that's a victory, I was like, what the hell do you mean? I was like, he's the only general who won after the Second World War. It's like, what? Like, bro, that's why I think I was like, I got so pressed on that one, because I look up to Schwarzkopf. He was a great general and also a very good person in politics and diplomacy. He was just great all around. But I think that is legitimately the only real argument or fight, if you want to go that far, that we've ever gotten into on air. Everything else, though, we keep it civil because, truth be told, folks, I mean, just because people disagree, that doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. A lot of people have a issue with that these days, to where if someone disagrees with them, they feel like it's an insult against their character, and they must, seek vengeance for their honors. It's some crazy concept like that. That's common these days. Like, if you ever disagree with anyone nowadays, they feel like heated about it, even if it's just something minor. It's really weird that way. But anyways, I hope that does address that the best we can. But a big thanks to you once again for support, Opie from Florida. And we will make sure to get a question from the chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to none other than Bob. He said, can we really protect Taiwan from China?
Yes. Well, it would be tough, but short answer, yes. Long answer, yes, but then it would take a whole bunch of additional explanation of how that would be done and how that would be conducted, but short answer, yes. So I hope that does address that live chat well. Big thanks to you once again for sponsoring our live chat, Opie from Florida. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Waka Waka What. He said, a certain person out there, like, that has a name that sounds like Itty, wants a pardon in exchange for helping with the oil deficit. Also, this is a joke. This is a joke, by the way. They say he has a secret strategic reserve.
I gotta say, that's something that we do have to keep in mind. But a big thanks to you for your support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146. He said, nice marmot. Favorite movie?
I gotta say, marmots are incredible. Movies are incredible, too. I love movies and marmots. What can I say? And a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB, who said, maybe someone, something guy, sorry. He said, DWRB said, maybe someone will be too distracted being in China that the real generals can get stuff done in the strait. Now, hopefully not, because, that would be, of course, that would be not very good for our structure of governance here in the United States. Even if the president makes bad decisions, ultimately, we should make sure we adhere to the structure we have, because remember, it's not about just the current guy. It's like whoever comes after him is also going to have that same problem if people start doing stuff outside the normal governance structure. So we don't want to set a bad precedent. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. You generally don't want to do something like that, and if anyone tries to do that, even if it seems to be beneficial to the country, it has to be punished, because then we're giving the example to people that you can have an opinion in the military, and if you don't agree with the elected official who's in charge, elected by the citizenry of the United States, you can just go against their wishes, and nothing will come of it. And you don't really want to lay out a precedent like that, because then the military starts running the affairs in this nation, not the elected representatives. But I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a five from David Ford. He said the most important topic with China is whether or not Norinco and Polytech can export their reasonably priced fine toys to the United States again.
Honestly, I don't mean to have a hot take. Every time I've ever touched anything in Norinco in this country, it's hot garbage. Like, I've never picked up anything that Norinco
Like a
has
freaking
made.
Keltec.
Huh?
It's like a freaking Keltec.
It's awful. Like, I've had a Norinco SKS. It was garbage. I've seen a Norinco AK. It was garbage. I have seen so much Norinco stuff. The only thing I think that Norinco makes that is kind of neat is the SVD. But those are like 10 grand. And I'm not buying something that's that expensive for a gun. You know, that's and it's 7.62 by 5.4R. I mean, hell, you can find anything that can shoot that. You can find a Mosin, and it'd be basically be the same thing as long as the barrel's not worn out. But I just don't really like Norinco or any of the Chinese arms companies. I generally buy either American, if possible, or I buy European, because in my opinion, those are the best gun manufacturers out there on the planet right now. Russia has some neat stuff, but quality-wise, pretty junk as well, unfortunately. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a five from DWRB. He said, y'all hated on me yesterday for that train talk, and someone else is taking a mantle with the maglevs.
I didn't
Also,
hate
by the
on
way,
you.
I was just joking, by the way. I was just joking. Like, sometimes my jokes don't come across. Like, I'm just joking around. If people got something to bring them into super chats, even if it is trains, and even if I do hate them, we'll talk about it, of course. I wasn't joking about that part. Like, I actually like legitimately don't hate trains. It's just I don't see the fascination with trains like other people do. I just don't see it. Mainly because I don't find much fascination with stuff that I can't attain or possibly attain one day. I'll never be able to buy a train. Like, that's impossible. I might be able to buy a nice car one day, but I'm not gonna be able to buy a nice train. But Enforcer, what say you?
You can always buy a private rail car.
Yeah, but I don't want that just sitting around, though. That seems like a waste.
Well, yeah, but I mean, a nice car is most likely going to be sitting around because you're going to be scared someone's going to key it. You know, like everybody's scared that a nice car is going to get keyed.
No, they're not gonna key mine.
Rest in peace to Granny, she keyed my Porsche.
That sounded, man, you shouldn't have let that just sit with a pause, man. That sounded ominous when you let that just sit there with a pause, like sitting in bed.
Man, that's deliberate. Like I was like, it's got to be ominous. I got to give it a minute. But beyond that, though, I mean, honestly, like, I like trains, and I like most types of transport that I can't personally obtain, because then it's kind of intriguing, because it's like, you know, this is some sort of a system that requires training and expertise to know. It's a humongous logistics system. Honestly, like, I just don't show it a lot on air, but I have about an equal interest in planes and ships, about as much as I do trains. But to be honest, when I put them all three together, trains ekes out my interest just a little extra, because I like land transport. Ships, like, they're really cool as a thing, and I love looking into them and researching them. Like, one of my favorite channels to watch is Ocean Liner Designs for that kind of stuff, and I watch almost all of that fella's videos. He makes great stuff. And then I watch a whole bunch of stuff about air disasters and aircraft design and everything too. It's just that for some reason trains kind of captivates my attention the most, but I like that kind of stuff. I think it's cool. And I think it's neat enough that they're all complex enough that you require specific training and licensing to be able to operate any of them, which I also think is just really interesting as well. And the culture that is built around them and everything too, because trains have as much culture as ships, and sailors on ships do as much as airline captains have as well. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And 14 super chats. With that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a five from DWRB. He said, a force in Japan. I wonder if Tokyo Drift's on the soundtrack. You never can tell, honestly. It's got to be, probably, I would imagine. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's got to be. I mean, like, it wouldn't be a car game without that song. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Dunkel X, who puts in a $10 support. And thank you very much, Dunkel, for that support once again. And he said, Matt, the budget is 100K, and assume you have the money to maintain it. That's an important bit these days. He said, what car do you buy? And also, Andrew, learn to love cars. They're just small trains. Now, if I could buy any car that's $100,000, I have a $100,000 budget. I have the money to maintain it, which means German cars are on the menu because they're expensive as hell to maintain. I would say I would generally probably go with an older generation M3, most likely the BMW M3, most likely a comp package, probably one of those, but not the new ones. No, not the new ones with that ugly grill that was designed by that Frenchman. Those are hideous. Like they absolutely destroyed the M3 and also the M4 for that matter, with that hideous grill they put on it. If it wasn't for that, probably like a Porsche Cayman for 100K or a used Nissan GTR. That'd be pretty cool too. But that's of course with the unlimited credit card on the side to maintain the thing, because it's going to require a hell of a lot of repairs over the year. It's going to probably cost as much as you bought the car for to maintain the thing over like 5 to 10 years. But Enforcer, what say you?
Listen, I mean, if we're being real here, I would go and get myself a GP9. like it's less than 100 grand. Because they require basically.
I wonder why.
It requires an entire rebuild, probably. Like I would assume.
Of course.
I mean, but I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff listed out there for sale in the train world, like these SD40s that had been, through the ringer for 40 years, or this. Like honestly, this was pretty crazy. An SD90 Mac. I mean, that's about as big as you can get in horsepower and tractive effort and torque and everything, and you can get one of these, gracefully enough, if you have a railroad to run it. But honestly, as far as cars, I just don't know enough about them to actually be able to want to get one. I mean, honestly, I just go for something that's easy to maintain and affordable.
Oh yeah, I mean, if without that budget right there, I mean, these days, I mean, I have a car right now. It's about 11 going on 12 years old. It's not American. I'll just leave it at that. And let me just tell you something. It's just better just to get a little basic car that's just like super simple and cheap to maintain. It's better to do that. Is when these cars start getting up in age that aren't American, like it's hard to get parts. It's just a nightmare. Like it's really just not worth it.
Yeah, it's not. By the way, folks, both of our cars are like a decade or older at this point. Like they're getting on up there. But I think both of us are both like dedicated to keeping them running until they literally collapse. So because it's just impossible, it's literally unaffordable to try and get a new car, new or used these days. But a big thanks to you so much for the support, and I hope that does address that well, Dunkel X. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Max Shabai. He said for y'all's new karaoke fund, LOL, and LLT, LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the karaoke fund. That's really cool. I've never done karaoke before. And for me personally, I've tried in the background, folks, off air to actually try and get good at singing. I'll never get good at singing. It's never gonna happen. So I mean, karaoke would be tough to listen to. I'd be shattering glass. But a big thanks to you for support and over the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time talking right now.
We also have a 5 from C146 who said, what does enforcement team drive? Now, sadly, I can't say the exact model of car. My car is very recognizable. So if someone saw it, they would know instantly that it's me. It's a very bright yellow Lada. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, that's something that's security. like we can't get into that detail because there are weirdos out there and they'd start looking for that specific type of car and then try and get the plate number and all that sort of stuff. So sadly, we wouldn't be able to answer that one on air. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Casadar. He said 1 plus to the super chat counter, gents. LSA SSG out.
Hey, and we will make sure to get one from the live chat in your honor.
No, he's just saying he's adding one to the super chat.
Oh, I thought you meant to the live chat. Whoopsies. But a big thanks for your support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Action Jackson, and thank you for that support. He said, is it too much to hope that they're over there getting inspired by Chinese infrastructure, nuclear energy, things like that?
Oh man, they're gonna get TikTok brained before long. Wow, look at China. Big neon light, big tall skyscraper. Oh, Changhua Di! Changhua Di! I hope that's not the case because there's really nothing to marvel at in China, truth be told. And if you think there's something to marvel at in China, you just haven't been to a nice part of a big US city, which there are plenty of. But a big thanks to you for supporting up with the channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 5 from DWRB once again. He said, regarding offshoring, wouldn't our current oil predicament be worse if plastic production had never been sent over to China and better them than us, no?
Generally, it would be about the same because the material price of the oil or the refined petroleum product needed to make that plastic would be about the same. The only difference would be labor costs. So generally, the shortage will still affect everybody globally regardless. The only thing that would change would be labor costs, which would be higher in the United States than they would be in China. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from C146 yet again. He said, enforcement team is too much. It's from a night at the Roxbury. Bless your heart.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Thank you for the kind words. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB. He said, you know it's happening fast when it's happening fast.
You know it's happening fast when it's happening fast. When they stood up, you know they stood up. When they got out there on that drill pad, they was out there on that drill pad. But beyond that, a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 4 from Corey, who said, to be honest, we could do nothing. Fight. Markets that are all-time high. Markets don't care. All-time high. 401ks, all-time highs. That may be true, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people out here that are not at retirement age, and it's not time to cash out of those retirement accounts. So for everybody else that's out here, struggling and fighting to basically afford the basics these days, everybody else is struggling like hell. So it's good for some, but not good for many. But Enforcer, what say you?
Screw you, I got mines. Pulls up the ladder, beats everyone with it. Like, man, it's like, yeah, I'm of the mindset, like many well-minded countrymen who have come before us, that we must prioritize the long-term longevity of the nation and the well-being of all over the well-being of some. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Eric, Eric Yates, who put in a 4. And thank you very much, Eric, for that $4 support. We also have a 2 from Robert Planting. He said, be kind. And it is true. Be kind, by the way, because, if you're not kind, these days, people just rude all over the place these days. I guess people are angry. They're probably also a little bit frustrated as well, like I am with this cough. But thank you, Robert, for that support. We also have a 2 from Give Up Now. And Give Up Now said, Norfolk Southern plus UP equals transcontinental.
No, I'm telling you, if that happens, kiss it goodbye. Like, it's not going to end well. Like, the UP-NS merger, in my opinion, is the worst thing that could be allowed to happen right now in transport infrastructure. It is a bad idea. And I know that they're wanting to get competitive with the trucking companies, but they're already competitive with the trucking companies as they are. Like, they're fine. And there's no reason to allow them to merge. That's pretty much going to create a monopoly in the railroad sphere, because there's only 4 major class 1s left in this country that are independent. So if we let those 2 merge, now it's a literal transcon railroad, a single company. BNSF and CSX would have to merge as well to be able to compete, and now we have a duopoly, which would be extremely uncompetitive in the railroad industry and would lead to its ruin. So I think that should be shot down by the Land Transportation Board every day of the week. It's just basically allowing for a monopoly to be formed. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. It's a cool idea in theory. Like, it's cool to think that there literally could be UP from coast to coast, but outside of that, it's a bad idea. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Laser314, and they said Team Percolator.
Team But a big thanks to you for the support, Laser314, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Poor Baked Potato. He said, try the game Manor Lords. It has great logistics.
I have played the game Manor Lords, and it's stunning, it's beautiful, it's really cool. It's just that the replayability is kind of sadly low on it. I wish that there was more fleshing out of it. But it was the first iteration by that guy, and it was a single developer who made it, which he did a great job being a solo act as it was. But hopefully when he makes Manor Lords 2, if he does, there will be multiplayer, and there will be a whole lot of additional features that the first game really didn't have on launch. But I still love the game. Great game, by the way. But big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Nathan Gonzalez. He said, hey guys, I love the show. And when is Iran gonna give up?
They ain't giving up right now. We're going to have to do something to them to make them give up. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 1 from Plazoth, and thank you very much, Plazoth, as always, for that support. And we also have a 1 from General, who said, keep up the good work, and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And you wouldn't believe it, folks. We finally made it to the last super chat of the night. Someone's about to throw in another one to prove us wrong. But with that in mind, folks, I do have to say that unfortunately the Morse code was the same tonight as last night. Very sorry to our Morse code decoders. I know you all are looking for a new one every night. Sadly, tonight, we actually spent a lot of time working on thumbnails. Me particularly, I spent like 40 minutes working on thumbnails, and we didn't even use the best one tonight. Sadly, we used the second best, well, really more so the third best, honestly, because Matthew had made one that was really good, and then I made one that we were going to go with, and then it didn't match the title, and then we had to go with another one that matched it better. So I unfortunately spent all the time working on that instead of the Morse code. But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on into our three last live chat questions of the night due to time constraints, and then we're going to be rounding out the stream for the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
This one goes to CIA Sniper, who said, do you think the U.S. might confront Pooh Bear in China about selling weapons to Iran, or do you find it convenient that the cascade of coordinated declassifications of intelligence leaks was deployed as the U.S. was heading there? And I'm sure that was probably intentional, by the way, but we also have to keep in mind, I mean, that takes balls, by the way, to like show up to China on their home turf and start whipping out intelligence reports saying, look, Xi, you've been sending, weapons to Iran, and to like confront them about that on their own home turf. That takes balls. I'm not sure if our people, and this isn't like trying to bash the current guy, I'm not sure if any recent U.S. president has the balls to show up and do that. That would be extremely ballsy. I'd have to give them credit if somebody did that, but I don't think they will. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't think any president's ever done that. When I'm thinking about it, I'm raking my brain to think of something like that, and I can't think of anything in history that would line up with that. Like going to another country being like, we don't like you, and we want you to do something about what you've done. Like, I don't think anyone's ever done that, because that wouldn't be considered diplomatic, and visits like these are supposed to be diplomatic. So you're not supposed to be ruffling feathers, generally. But outside of that, I would have to say, I would highly doubt that would be brought up. Because you never know how that might go if it's brought up on their home turf and all that, and, that might not go well. So, I hope that has addressed that the best we can, and believe it or not, we actually have one more super chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And we have a plethora of new super chatters tonight, by the way, and we do appreciate it very much from everybody that's deciding to super chat. This one goes to Slow Sparks, who threw in their first ever super chat on any live stream, that is, and they chose our channel to be the first one to donate to. And a huge shout out to you, Slow Sparks, for deciding to do that. We do appreciate it very much, and that's very generous of you, by the way. They did not leave a comment, but they left a super sticker of the YouTube Doge saying, you're amazing.
And you are amazing, Slow Sparks, for deciding to support this channel and help it to keep running. We thank you massively for that. We thank you incredibly, and that is an amazing Shiba Inu right there, with horns, sparklers, and a samurai helmet. Literally amazing. Incredible, honestly. And so big thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Mississippi Marksman, who said, did y'all cover that crash to U.S. Air Force T-38 in Alabama yesterday? And I saw that. I saw that they, unfortunately, one of them had crashed. I believe that's a trainer aircraft. Yes. I think that's what the T stands for. Thankfully, the pilots did eject, because I saw the company that makes the fighter jet ejection seats, they were posting all kinds of advertisements talking about, see, our seats worked. I was like, okay, so the pilots are safe based on that advertisement. So they made it out. So who knows what in the world happened? It could have been just a simple pilot error. It could have been maybe the aircraft had a problem. It's hard to tell, but thankfully they lived. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, bro, they whipped out the, look, our ejection seats work. See? Like, bro, they whipped out that.
Let me go grab it. Let's see. I believe it's Martin Baker. Let's see here. Yep, look at this. I just reposted it right now. Look at this, man. They literally made an article about the seat working.
Bro, let's see. Oh, yeah, here it is.
There it is, right there.
Yesterday, a United States Air Force T-38 crashed in West Alabama. Both pilots successfully ejected using the Martin Baker US-16T ejection seat. Hashtag engineering for life. Total life saved, 7,816. This does not represent the actual number. Please contact your local representative and authorities for advertisement to make sure this number is correct at the time of posting. But outside of that, truly amazing. I mean, that really something else, the advertising here. And it's nice to hear that both of the lives were saved by the ejection seats. I heard about this a little bit. Usually stuff like this, it's generally kind of in passing. It's like, oh, as long as nobody dies, I really don't pay too much attention to it, because it's like, oh, unfortunate. But, stuff like this happens actually kind of often. So as long as nobody dies, I don't really give it too much mind. But I did hear about it, and that is good to hear that they both survived. I'm very happy to hear about that. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And real quick before we get to that one, a side question, a little a bonus question in the meantime. This one goes to Shell Angel, who said, do you have any quick updates on the George H.W. Bush? I have family station on it. And also, she threw this question in last night, but I don't think she was around to hear. I think she unfortunately had to leave early, so that's why I'm asking it now.
Oh yeah, I can give a quick update on that, and I'm sorry that if you weren't around to hear it last night, that you didn't hear it. So I'll answer that right now. The George H.W. Bush is in good condition at the moment. It's currently being escorted by its carrier strike group, which would consist of a couple of Arleigh Burkes. So it has a layer of defense around it at the moment. And from what we know, the George H.W. Bush is actually further out in the Arabian Sea. It's the Lincoln that's actually a little bit closer, just south of the Gulf of Oman, in the very northern end of the Arabian Sea. So out of the two carriers right now, the George H.W. Bush is in the best condition for defensibility. They have a very large response window and a significant amount of firepower to defend against any kind of incoming anti-ship threats. So generally they are well off. We also haven't been able to hear of any leaked reports of any issues on ship. That's not the same for the Ford and the Lincoln. They've had some issues like with the with the sewer systems on board, septic systems, whatnot. But the George H.W. Bush has had no reports, no leaks coming out that anything's been going wrong, and they're a pretty good ways off from what we know from the Iranian coast, so they're fine. So I hope that alleviates any concerns that you may have, at least from what we know on air, and I hope that your folks stay safe over there in the service. They're doing a great thing for this republic, continuing their service in the name of our country, and I hope that they remain safe and that our leadership makes sure that they return home safely, and as many of our service members are kept out of harm's way whenever we can make that decision. So a big thanks to you once again for enjoying our show, and I hope that answers that question incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And also, I don't mean to put it off one more time, but real quick, we do have a little bit of detail. We do have a little bit of detail right now about the U.S. president coming out of the talks right now. He was standing in front of the press outside of, outside of somewhere. It must have been outside the meeting place in Beijing. And somebody said, "How are your talks, sir?" He said, "It's great. It's a great place. China is beautiful, incredible." He didn't address how the talks went. Also, someone else was shouting out, "What about Taiwan, Mr. President?" And he just stood there like a statue right in front of Xi Jinping. So it looks like, who knows, it must have been heated behind closed doors. That's what it looks like to me. But unfortunately, would you like to weigh in before we get to that final question?
Sounds like someone, it sounds like things are not going well. Which, to be honest with y'all, at this point, they're not going to go well no matter how they go. But it sounds like we might be escalating with the Chinese once he leaves quicker than we would have normally. So this might end up accelerating things with preparing to go to war with China, unfortunately. But we'll have to, once again, folks, it's very preliminary. It's not all over yet. We don't really know what they're all going to say once everyone packs up and goes home. And all that's the most important stuff. So we haven't gotten that yet. So I hope that does address that the best we can for now. And with that, let's get that final question.
This one goes to Frozen Fire. He said, "Why doesn't China and the U.S. meet somewhere halfway instead of traveling so far to China's home turf?"
That's a great question. And generally, with larger countries, they're supposed to be a little bit, well, that's not really the case either. I'm trying to find an answer for it. There really is no good answer for it. We could have gone to a neutral ground, but like a third-party country. But I guess it's about showing off. Like for the Chinese, it's about showing off their country to the U.S. president to try and gain some favor, possibly. I mean, usually that's what you invite people to your country for, is to bring them here and be like, look how amazing our country is. This is why you should be friends with us. And also look at our hospitality. We're really nice people, and we'll treat you right. So that's why you should be friends with us. So maybe that's why the Chinese brought us over, or they brought us over to try and intimidate us. Like, you're on our home soil. This is what we are. We've come a long way. We can beat your ass. Agree with what we want. And if that was the case, which it does appear that it was, we should have never gone to China. But I hope that has addressed that the best we can, folks. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and an unequivocal pleasure to have all of y'all watching the stream. If y'all have enjoyed tonight, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We cover these, we make these streams a reality 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time every single day but Monday. And we also make short war videos whenever there's enough news to make one. And hopefully tomorrow there will be, because tomorrow's day is my day. I'm going to be the one making the short war video if there is any news to cover by that point. But with that, we will see you all either for the short war video or tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Lady Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out to the over 120,000 people that were here by the end of the stream tonight. And we hope to see you all tomorrow night as well at our usual time at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream. And also, maybe a short war video if there is enough news to cover. But we'll have to wait and see if there is enough news to cover. I have a feeling it'll be until after the China trip is over before there's really, really big news to cover once again. But in the meantime, though, well, thank you all for joining us once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.
To God.